So the question is it's the plan is to curve it, to use one of the dies and kind of bend that down into a tube. 10 or below is a fail. 11 or higher is a pass.
For what?
I'm not telling you what for because that will give away the game.
Save his ass.
Crit fail.
Oh God, good God, this game just fucking.
Sam, you rush over to the cleric as his body slumps to the ground. You kind of catch him in your arms. Okay, we are awake. So we are live. My face is covered up. Why have I done that? Marie, thank you very much for subscribing. How many months was it? 26 months. It's not like you're getting really great value for money out of my content. I mean, if you're here to see these guys, that's even less value for money. There you go. Yeah, no refunds. No more wheezing the jewels. And BJ, thank you for joining, sir. I haven't been doing any VR racing this week because I've been in London all week. I've got this weekend. Well, no, I've got Sunday to recover. I'm modding Sam's stream on Saturday. Stream reverse. I'm recovering Sunday, and then I fly to Canada first thing Monday morning. So, yeah, no VR driving for at least another couple of weeks. I might squeeze out a little Sunday. Depends what I've had to. Oh, hang on. I've got my own fucking audio music. Right, okay, so the desktop player is back up, even though there's no audio from the desktop. So yeah, might do a little bit of VR driving. Just depends how much I can, how much sleep I get. Because I think we're all going to be up late for Sam's stream anniversary. I'm probably going to do something stupid like matching donos again. Last time it turned into like a donation war between me and Big Ben.
Oh God, I think I remember that a little bit.
Yeah, that was fun. Right. So yeah, we're just waiting for Brian. It's the same link that I sent everyone last time, so you shouldn't be confused there.
Mm-hmm.
Sam is working today, Eric's. She couldn't get the date. She couldn't swap her shift for this evening. Okay. She might jump on. She finishes at 8. We're normally done around about them. She might make an appearance just at the very end. Once the store's locked up, I told her, look, even if you just sign in from, just for 10 minutes to say hi to everybody.
Just let us know she's still alive.
It's a close run thing today. Air quality in Toronto's been really bad. Yep. I think the wind has shifted and all that wildfire crap.
I think we got bad down here too.
I don't think she has asthma, but when I was there in March, I took a couple of asthma inhalers for her. And she's been going through them like crazy just today. She hasn't been able to breathe all day. It's like, like you've got somebody physically sat on your chest, which is what an asthma attack feels like. So I'm going to have to take extra medication out with me. God knows what I'm going to be like. Might have to take the respirator with me.
Yeah, these wildfire things is fucking bullshit.
No, bullshit is when you try and take a gas mask onto an airplane. That's bullshit. That's just profiling.
Right now, I'm concerned for, because next week it'll be Shatner, and I'm like, how bad is the air quality going to be next week? I'm going to have to fucking bring some N95 with me because I'll be outside.
Yeah, N95 masks are one thing, but that's what I mean by a gas mask.
I knew You were talking, are you
Yeah.
my mummy? Type mask.
This is what I was wearing in the supermarket during COVID. I do have all the radio attachments.
Mhm.
Also, I bet you drink.
Yeah. There he is.
Evening, sir.
Hello.
Let
No,
me come up here and begin. There
there
we
you
go.
go.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can
yeah.
hear you. Air
always
quality
forget
bad
you
your
have to
side as well,
unmute.
is it, Brian?
What's
Notice
that?
how unmute Zoom.
Have you got bad air quality where you are?
Yeah, I'd rather stay indoors.
Yes.
So
Oh, I know that.
Sam
basically in the same range as Toronto is, and Toronto's got really bad air quality.
Sam was messaging me earlier that the couple of asthma inhalers I took her. She's been like puffing away on one of them all day, because it's so bad she hasn't been able to catch her breath at all. She is working. I think she says she finishes at 8, which means she might be able to dial in for like 15-20 minutes at the end of the stream just to say hi to everyone.
Right.
But we're running without her, and 2 weeks from now, which would be normal game, when we're not going to be playing because that's the day before I fly out. She's doing the Rock of the Park thing, so I'm either going to be down there with her at the concert, or I'm going to be with family. So I'm not going to be doing a stream.
Right.
Fair enough.
How was everybody's week? What?
Well,
35.
the air quality, I've been getting severe allergies at work.
Yeah, even I think they're even affecting me even with my meds and everything. And we don't get it as bad down here, but we're getting it today. Yesterday, today, probably old.
Eric, I don't know if you saw this last episode. It was
Yeah.
sitting on my desk.
Yeah.
So
love
that
it.
is a clay golem. That's actually a genuine Czech clay golem.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite Mr. Pompworthy. But that is Mr. Pomp.
Yes.
Nice.
I love it.
That was a custom order. As you can see by the size next to my finger, it is a big mini.
Yeah.
It's about
That's-
3 times the normal size of a mini. So that's
Oh,
gonna,
yeah.
That's
I mean,
amazing.
that's going to get painted up. When I
There's
get back.
mine. He's going to be he's literally towering over everybody.
I am tempted. I'm so tempted. I think I might end up ruining it if I try this though. I really wanted to put an LED inside there and have his eyes glow.
Yeah.
I've got glow in the dark paint, which will do the same
Yeah.
thing.
Right.
But because the inside of it's hollow. I mean, I don't think you can see properly. The inside's kind of hollow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
If I keep the eyes, if I could drill the eyes, tiny little pinpoints, and run some fiber optic wire down in there, and just have like just a little LED going up through the feet. But I don't want to ruin it. 'Cause
Right.
bloody ages for this to come, and it wasn't cheap.
That's so cool.
But yeah, that's going to get painted up when I get back from this trip. So yeah, even if you're not with us in Niagara, that's going to be on the table.
Yeah. I love
I'm
it.
still waiting for the hotel to get back to because I've requested a meeting room, but they haven't got back to confirm that.
Mm.
Because we're going to have at
unless we get
least
2 months out.
we're going to have at least 6 cameras set up for that session.
Yeah.
Plus Eric on the video call. I don't know if we're going to stream it live from the hotel. Depends how good the Wi-Fi is. Because I don't want the video call to be impacted with trying to upload a stream. The laptop's
Right.
capable. I just don't know if the hotel internet will.
Yeah.
So at the very least, I'm going to record it and then maybe split it up into episodes and just kind of post it on Twitch and broadcast it
Yeah.
on Twitch over the following couple of weeks. Right, I've got my fan on. Is that causing any noise? Is it picked up in the background?
Nope.
No, good. Okay. So, I've had a little bit of time to prep for today. I was thinking about this in the car as I was driving up, and fucked.
Oh, great. Is it more Karens?
Oh no, the one with the 2 weeks in a row, the 2 weeks in a row that the rogue isn't here. And no, you pissed all over the giant man-eating sloth of Culp. That lasted all of like 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Amazing
Would
how
have been
distra-
less if the polymorph had worked because we would have just run.
Honestly, I was talking to Maria about this on the Sunday morning after she did it. You guys are so much more focused when Sam isn't here. Because suddenly there's no chaos. It's like
What?
we can actually concentrate. We can actually fight in sequence. We can set something up and the next person's actually going to do what they're supposed to do. Instead of, oh, look, there's a lever. Oh, look, there's a button. What does that do? Oh, look, there's a nice shiny pool of clear, glistening, refreshing water that I can dive into.
It's almost like the rest of us actually know how to play the game.
Almost.
Almost.
Yeah, let me get a D20 for that. Where are we? I mean,
We've all lost our memory now.
Mm-hmm.
so,
I feel ya.
last
I'm
week.
trying to remember what we did last week or last 2 weeks ago.
I just
Well,
remember
Like you
there's.
said, the giant man and sloth.
Oh,
Okay.
we're following the people in the like ritual place.
Yeah, so mummification.
Yeah.
ritual.
Yeah.
You were exploring what was
And
a natural cavern turned
Right.
into a underground temple carved into the catacomb.
Oh, okay.
There were evidence of ritual sacrifice. There was evidence there was some embalming tools, all of which were black stained dried blood. Several until you saw things like drag marks in the sand. And the last thing that you saw, just as you were coming back into the main antechamber, main corridor with the tiered, saw some kind of amber red eyes just
The jaw was.
listening at you.
Yeah.
Utini!
Otini, Otini.
Ayayala. So, let us start with episode 20. Where are we? Is this 26? Right, episode 20. I've labelled this wrong on my notes. So, my usual intro before we get started. Sam's going to miss this. Because she was there when I came up with it. That's ominous. As the gods move their mortal game pieces around the board, there are others on the disc that live outside from the usual mortal. Yes, even the gods are mortal, in a manner of speaking. Should any god lose all of their believers, they will lose their power, and eventually they will out of existence. After all, if no one believes in a thing, how can it hold any power? Similarly, it only takes a few believers to pop something new into existence. The soul cake duck, the tooth fairy, the god of items lost in the tumble dryer. Elsewhere, those who live outside of time and space, there is still much. Our familiar robed friend dismounts his steed Binky and surveys this unusual location. Big. I do not know. There are too many branches now. But here, there is to be a divergence. A new branch in space-time. Big. Yes, it does appear to be a teenage boy's bedroom. He has the poster of the tennis girl scratching her butt. Big. Yes, unlikely indeed. Yet here we are. Squeak. Death looks down to the death of rats. Once the rat population on the disk exceeded the number of humans, it was inevitable he would have to outsource. As even a being of infinite time and space wanted to be home by tea time. And so, into existence popped the death of rats. There was a similar pop at that very moment, and he looked down to see a new, very, very tiny figure. With only a head, tiny wiggling tail. Squeak! No, I do not think it is a tadpole. Wait. He looks around himself, and his gaze falls upon a wastebasket, overflowing with used tissues. What? Really? Wiggle, says the death of sperm. What? That is preposterous. We are death. He turns to the death of rats. Wiggle. What do you think he means by pro-life? Squeak. Oh, so, the nature of gods. Gods, if you actually read the book Small Gods, I think that was book 4. In Small Gods, they do talk about gods popping in and out of existence. And there are infinite gods because there are infinite people that will pray, oh, please don't let it be this. Oh, not the thing in the tumble dryer stealing the sock. If you believe in something strongly enough, and if enough people do believe in it, it will exist. And thus, at the end of last episode, you saw 2 amber yellowish eyes staring down at you from the upper deck.
Hello?
Uh,
We mean you no harm?
The eyes blink out. You're looking into darkness, you're looking up or onto to one of the higher spaces. You're at least 60, 70, 80 feet away. But they're just a glint, just like a tiny bit of light that catches a cat's eyes in the middle of the street 100 yards away. That fraction of a second. And you hear the sound of something being dragged across sandy stone. Something big, something possibly heavy.
is it coming towards us?
You can't tell. But the sound is not an irregular sound, it's a constant shh sound.
Hmm.
Right, to follow it?
So, let me see. So yeah, about 60 feet away.
Okay.
You're on the lower section. There's one raised, 2 raised, and then a 3rd raised. There's a corridor that disappears into darkness. Even with Mr. Pump's superior vision, there's only so far he can see.
I don't like it.
That's just par for the course with us.
Yeah. Trying to imagine what Mr. Pump would do, though.
Marlo would be curious. Want to follow.
I know the rogue would be streaming, but they've probably got the treasure.
Yeah. 'cause
Yeah.
that's all
So
the-
if we go kill them, we get their treasure.
Yeah. And
So that's-
if any of the party starts going towards it, Mr. Pump will follow.
And if they've
For
got
safety's
treasure,
sake.
they
They don't have
It
to.
Yeah,
could.
but do they have Baklava?
There's no way that.
not very flesh.
Yeah, okay. So I guess we're going towards it.
Indeed. I still want to. I think I mentioned this last time. I still want to do that for Newcastle Con.
Oh man.
Dress up as John Rhys Davis in Soul's outfit. Walk
Yeah.
around the con floor singing Rodgers and Hammerstein.
I would love to see some video of that.
A British star is a sword. I have no idea if I'm in.
Don't do there. So yeah,
Mm.
follow after them.
Right,
Yeah.
well, it looks like it's good night from Marie. So good night from us, Marie.
Good night,
Yeah,
Marie.
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 This should be uploaded for you by the time you wake up. And don't forget, Marie, tomorrow is Sam's streamiversary. She starts 9 a.m. East Coast, which is 2 p.m. my time, 3 p.m. your time. These time zones. It's a good. Tell me all this.
Mhm.
Not like my phone doesn't do it.
Okay, so we're gonna follow towards the sound.
Kind of sandy,
Contrary to all
dragging.
reason.
Mhm.
Okay, so you start moving up either side of the main. There's stairs on either side, and there's a trough or gully center that's been used to drain some biological.
Fluids.
And not in a Gardy Lou kind. More like a Quincy. Okay, so are you what order you're proceeding in?
Well,
Well, I think Marlo's in the lead.
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably the Marlowe and the Rogue most likely. So she's really after treasure.
The rogue's probably hiding behind Mr. Pump. That's usually the safest place to be.
Mhm. I can lead. Pump can be second, and yeah.
Okay, so you start ascending the stairs. When you get to the end of the second level, you start to see again in the light dusting of sand that covers everything in these chambers. You see again these kind of weird drag marks in the floor, as if something's dragged along in the sand. You don't see any footprints.
Mm.
As you start moving up the stairs onto the final dais, you can see that there is a corridor leading down. The final dais is only about 5 feet by 15 feet wide. Center, there's a corridor leading through, and you can see at the end of the corridor there are some glimmering of flickering lights, like candlelight or braziers.
Curiosity leads out. I'm heading in.
No movement at all from anywhere.
You can hear the very faint kind of dragging, slithering sound on sand, but it's very faint.
Okay. Well, if Marlo's heading in, then I guess I'm following.
Okay, so as you step in, you move from what was almost complete darkness aside from your cantrip or night vision or whatever lanterns or lights you're floating around with you, into a well-lit chamber. Chamber is 25 by, say, 60 feet, 60 feet in length. There is another sets of stairs on either side, and this time one in the center. You've got a double width gully running down the center. And on that dais, you can see that there are two huge columns. There is an altar at the very back. You can see that there is a space behind the altar, and there's a bright red glow coming from behind that space.
Wow, this is
Either
almost
s-
like a deja vu.
Either side of the altar, you can see two yuntai, two snake men, bodies of snakes. Sorry, all the way around. Bodies of humans, arms, but with a cobra-shaped head. To your left, you can see that there are two passageways. One doorway immediately to your left, one about halfway up in the room. To your right, you can see the same. Two more passageways. The slithering, dragging marks in the sand, it's pretty obvious what these are now, are moving in both directions, left and right. The two guards have seen you, but they aren't reacting.
Curious.
Marlowe just goes, "Hello. Don't mind us. We're just travelers of seeking knowledge and curiosities in common." I don't know if they would understand that or not.
Any of you speak Yuntai?
Nope.
Just imagining Mr. Pump just hiss.
Boing. The little hand pops up with the sign. 7. Pops back down.
When I hear the hissing sound, I will immediately cast tongues on myself.
Last what, sorry?
Tongues.
Tongues. Okay. Yuntai is not a language that you've ever had to speak before. It is covered by the spell, but it's quite a unique language in the fact that nobody can really speak it. It's
Right.
probably something you're more likely to burp or fart out than speak. But the translation is reasonably straightforward because there's only so many vowels. It ends with a s.
Right.
The two guards look like, I don't know, The Rock did in The Scorpion King, but with snake heads. Both are carrying a scimitar each. They step forward to the top of the dais, at the top of the stairs. They don't seem to be poised to attack. They're not looking particularly aggressive. What is your business here?
As best as I can through the language, knowledge and curiosities.
The rest of the party hears what can only be described as
Parcel tongue.
Okay, I'm gonna try and be a little subtle, but I'm gonna try and cast detect good or evil under my breath type thing.
Okay, is your helmet up or down? I think it was up because you were using the
It's
night
up.
vision, weren't you?
Yeah, I haven't taken it down yet.
Okay. What's your spell save?
Believe it's 19 or 17.
Okay.
Sorry.
Not even
Oh,
close.
18.
Evil, but not strong evil. Not strong evil as in the Lich was and must destroy everything in sight. But they're definitely not friendly. There's not going to be any tea and cake.
Hmm.
Nope, can't hear you.
So out of character, they're probably neutral evil.
That's what I was thinking as well.
Yeah. Which is standard for Yanti.
Hmm.
I mean, I've been described personally as chaotic good. Probably explains a lot about me.
I can see that. I can
It's
see
like generally a decent bloke, but yeah, whatever it takes. Doesn't matter, whatever it takes. So break the rules, shoot the hostage,
that.
kick the puppy,
Yep.
whatever it takes.
Don't kill
I'm
the
kind of a
puppy.
neutral good.
Kick the
'cause
puppy.
I do have
You never shoot the
Wow,
dog.
and chaotic tendencies.
Don't kick the puppy.
Fundamental rules of movies: you don't kill the dog.
I agree.
Yeah, until fucking John Wick, and he never
And
lets you
look what,
forget about
apparently,
it.
look what happened to all those guys.
Kill the puppy.
Yeah. Do you relay that information, Brian, in any way, if possible? Damn.
Well, I'm not sure if there's really any way that I could.
Do they even understand common? Because I mean, if they don't, then you can just tell me
Honestly,
right out.
it's not something that I thought to check. Hang on.
Hurry, say it before he knows.
Oh no, yeah, abyssal, common, and draconic.
Ah, damn it.
Right.
Nothing counts until the DM knows.
I mean, to be fair, if you've got a cobra's head and those pointy teeth and the little slithery tongue, you're going to have trouble speaking as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be. They're
I
gonna have a
suppose.
massive list.
I mean,
I don't know. Offler has a pretty good time speaking.
God.
Yeah.
yeah, but his tongue's mostly in his mouth,
Mhm.
and he has
Well, you know,
nostrils.
Offler talking for you could actually all be in your head. Could be psychic.
Well, that is true.
Are we all a
Um,
figment of Brian's imagination?
Hey, I've had that philosophical conversation.
This entire game does not exist. It's all in Brian's
You are
head.
all
I've
in
heard of
my
that before.
imagination.
Everybody in the audience, which is just Brian, all yours for the low, low price of a quarter bottle of whiskey. And some really hot weather.
Mm.
You hear the kind of writhing, slithering sound coming from one of the rooms to your left. And in the kind of flickering brazier light, you see a silhouette of a sliding, very large, humanoid upper-bodied snake. So snake lower looks like kind of humanoid upper, but it really is just a snake with kind of
Yeah. One of the other Yanti races.
Well, just as long as it doesn't have a bunch of snakes for hair.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that wouldn't bother me. Oh no, it's gonna turn me to stone.
What are you doing here? Marlowe reacts instantly to the movement and translates. Guys, this looks like we're being invited to.
Yeah, but
for dinner.
I think we might be dinner if we don't. Well, I continue to say, well, we will not. We apparently came in here through a natural cave, and we just curiosity got the best of us. We will leave you to be yourselves.
The Yuntide to your left, so full-bodied snake, 6 feet tall, but it just has arms. Kind of screeches, hisses. There's only so many times I can say hiss. Honestly, there's not that many adjectives available for snake conversation. Hisses to the guards that they are here to steal the idol. The two guards step forward, and you hear the sound of more footsteps coming from the corners of the room as two more step in behind.
Idol. Well,
Is that
shit.
the object of power that we're looking for?
Oh, what?
Honestly, it was a guy in the desert on the back of a camel talking about a giant golden chicken. I don't know why you listened to him in the first place.
Okay.
Because they never know what's going on.
Right. Do you want to talk your way out of this, or are we rolling for initiative?
Just oh God,
Look.
would this be something? No,
I
if
can-
you've got something, then go ahead. Go ahead.
I will basically say I don't know what you mean by an idol. We got lost. Our curiosity got the best of us. It's-
Eric, give me a D20 perception, please.
That's a 19 plus whatever my perception is, -2. 17.
You hear a very faint, very quiet, but very familiar humming noise coming through the rock.
Can I? No, I think we established that I can't understand that. Is it like the ancient, like the super old golems that we saw with the Karens?
Very similar.
Can I try to communicate with it?
You can. It'll take a while. Kind of like
It
speaking
always
whale.
does.
It's not really like a pithy language.
It's like the Ents.
You have just finished saying hello.
Take their time.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'd like to try to hum back, if you will. What do I want to say?
We are golden.
I'll be right back. The meds are calling.
Wow, I'd really hit the brown note there, didn't I? Bloody hell.
We are golem. Is that what it was?
Yep.
Okay. Are you close?
We are them. We bros. Great power.
Great power. I think I got that.
Attracted to the idol, maybe?
Yeah. Is the idol a golem?
You get no response from them. They are very, very faint.
Hmm.
This is carrying through rock from a fair way away.
Yeah.
I also actually realized watching Dune the other night, is the second movie's dropping soon.
Yeah, I saw that.
The first one was fucking fantastic, especially on the home cinema. Also realized just how much my Golem impression sounds like Sardaukar.
Sure, you're not meaning like the weirding way?
Yeah. When they introduce the Sardaukar as they're preparing for battle, and you can hear the weird kind of
Oh,
droning.
the chants.
Yeah.
One thing I was
Okay.
really impressed with is the ornithopters, because if you've read the book, the way they did it in this movie was exactly how Herbert described them, like big dragonflies.
Yeah. The production. I mean, Denis Villeneuve's work is always just extraordinary. He is an acquired taste. You will fall asleep in his film if you're not 100% engaged. It's a film made for the obsessive fans. You've got to already love that franchise. Because if you're coming in cold and you know nothing about Dune, you're coming in cold and that's your first experience of Dune and your first experience of a Villeneuve movie, you're in for a rough ride. I mean,
Like Lynch was a good storyteller. Like his
Yeah.
story was good.
Lynch was on too much fucking drugs. That's all it came down to. Just too much drugs.
Yeah.
And an emerging kind of visual effects capability that became affordable in Hollywood. And all the drugs. I mean, I'm surprised you didn't have a short man speaking backwards halfway through one of the dream sequences. But no, I love Denis Villeneuve's work. Even later on, the 2049 is still an incredible movie, but it's not a movie I can watch over and over and over again. There are just some perfect pieces and moments in that film. I'm happy to sit and discuss it with someone watching it, but watching it cold, in silence, and trying to pay attention all the way through, it's tough work, even for me as a fan. Right.
Okay, so I can't get anything more out of the golems.
Not at the moment.
Okay,
Dilly dally, shilly shally.
it has piqued my interest though. Um, I keep having this idea that Mr. Pump is going to hear Marlo speaking in parcel tongue or whatever, and these guys speaking, and I'm gonna like try, even though I have no idea what I'm doing.
I'm just trying to get us out of here without them, killing us.
What would that sound like?
Yeah, right. I don't feel like that's. I feel like by walking into this chamber, we've gone past that.
I mean, Mr. Pomp trying to speak parcel tongue is going to sound like a mortar and pestle going.
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to be rough.
Or a really low-speed coffee grinder.
His.
Two rocks scraping together.
Probably insulted their mothers.
Okay, the guards are advancing on you.
Yep.
You've got one abomination to your left and 4 guards in front of you.
So roll for initiative. obviously my attempt to say I'm sorry, we got lost in here coming through the caverns didn't take well.
It's not that they didn't take well. I just don't think they believed a fucking word of it. I mean,
Fair enough.
it's not like it's on the tourist trail, is it?
Inside the cavern.
But yeah, well, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
no.
like, I'm sorry, we didn't mean to barge in. We kind of missed our left turn at Albuquerque. No,
Right. You got into one turn,
And we killed the advanced guard, Mr. Sloth.
yeah, yeah.
okay, Marlo,
yes.
initiative.
Oh, sorry. 21.
Ryan,
Well, I got a 12. So 13.
Ryan, what actually is your character's name?
It's Gerald.
Gerald.
So
Gerald Hill.
that's so anticlimactic. It's just a normal dude.
Well, like,
That's a normal cleric.
Yeah.
wasn't thinking anything fancy.
No, I know. It's just
Is it? I mean, is he like a Gerald or a Gerard?
I just
It's more of like a Gerald.
I just imagine Mr. Pump like, what is your name anyway?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's like nobody really asked. What
Right.
cleric's name was.
And then you say Gerald, and he's like, huh. um
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you were a Brian. What's the bump going on?
20.
20?
Yep.
And the rogue is going on a 15.
You know, I think on this entire thing is like the only time my name's been said was in the first episode.
Yeah, because I don't have copies of your character sheet, and even I couldn't remember what you called your character.
I sent you copies of my character sheet. I've like
That was
sent,
a
like,
long
3
time ago.
copies of them.
I think my Google Drive has been refreshed multiple times since then. I mean, technically, we don't call Sam by her character's name either.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't even know what her character's name is.
Dixie.
Dixie
Oh.
wrecked.
Yeah.
Dixie Rex.
Why am I not surprised?
Okay, Marlo's going first.
Hey,
They're moving in towards you. They're kind of surrounding you. You've got one abomination on your left, but hasn't, or she hasn't, kind of slithered into the room, just kind of waiting in the doorway, silhouetted. You've got 2 coming down the stairs on your left, in front of you, 2 coming down on your right. They look like they're just kind of flanking.
Yeah, these guys are non-binary, so they're theys.
right.
No, snakes generally do have asex.
Yeah, that's what he was
Yes,
saying. They're asexual.
All right, but I'm at a bardic inspirations too, so I am pulling out my rapier and going into defensive stance.
Okay. At your movement of drawing your weapon, all 4 of the Yuntai throw out their scimitars, and they start kind of lining up in front of you, moving towards you as almost as a regimented rank of 4 warriors. They're about 15 feet away from you at this point.
I'm holding my action until they get close.
Okay. Eric, what's Mr. Pump doing?
Hmm. I will ready my firebolt staff. Or yeah. Fireball, whatever.
Okay. Activate the staff. Staff extends. All the runes start glowing. Are you pointing at anyone in particular?
The biggest one.
That'll be you.
The biggest of the snake people.
Well, the four in front of you, the kind of human shaped ones, are all about the same size. I mean, it's not like any of them are going to skip leg day. I mean, that's the one in the other room.
Well then, no, not one in particular. Just...
Okay. So the rogue is going to peek out from behind Mr. Pump, draw her dagger, and kind of slide over to one side of the room. Wait in the corner. Remember, you've got doorways either side of you, and then you've got another set of doorways in front of you at the top of the stairs. She's kind of moving over to the doorway to the right-hand side and having a little nosy. The four Yuntai advance forward one pace. They're now 10 feet away from you. Brian.
Well, I'm thinking since they're reptiles, I would probably have more advantage using the axe this time. You know, the only thing is I'm in behind these guys. I'm not towards the front, so I can't use the one ice ability. So I'm going to have to move forward a little bit. So then my action would be like drawing the axe and then moving forward.
Okay. Are you using any are you using a spiritual weapon at all?
That was a concentration thing, wasn't it? So much easier if I could just type a letter and it would jump to the right spot. Because scrolling really sucks. Oh, I went too far.
Anyone in the audience, remember, if you want to interrupt or potentially derail our players' actions, you do have the option of redeeming a d20. So you choose the option in the redeemables, state what you want the redeem to be for. I will then set a threshold, anything above 10 or anything above 6, and then we roll the d20 on the screen to see what happens.
Or actually, it's just a duration, so it lasts for like 1 minute, which is
10
like
rounds.
10. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, 6 seconds per round. And it goes up to 20 feet. So action was draw weapon, other action was movement. So spiritual weapon is bonus action. So I can still do that all within the same round. But I wouldn't be able to attack with it yet. But yeah, I can bring up the spiritual weapon.
Okay. You haven't used this for one for a while, actually, have we?
Yeah, like I only used it for one other battle. I can't
It
remember
was.
which
I think it
one
was the battle with the street urchin when Mr. Pumplemist assassinated that child.
Was it, or did I use it against the Tomb Guardians?
Any chance you can bring that up, huh?
So yeah,
well,
you
like level wise.
yeah,
I
your
haven't got
spiritual
much
weapon. I
level
think I
wise.
styled it out as like a crocodile's tail, kind of flailing around.
Yeah, because I only have 3 spells of that level, so that takes one out. So then the only other ones that I have that are active are Prayer of Healing, Hold Person, and Silence. So in a way, silence is I'm always kind of prepared if there's any other magic users.
You cast your spiritual weapon. The kind of ghostly, spectral form of Offla's tail appears in the room. It seems to be kind of slithering backwards and forwards at the moment, kind of almost like you're trying to keep them at bay.
Yeah.
Just until their intentions are more obvious. The Yuntai kind of halt in their tracks for a moment.
Are we cousins?
Marlo, you hear the fifth creature from the room on the left saying, "No, they're not. They are human. Use magic and trickery. Do not fear nothing more than form magic."
If I understood that, I'd take offense to that. I don't use it as trickery. It's a form of my spirit.
Mm.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, that's all my actions.
Okay, top of the round. Marlo.
Okay, and they're still 10 feet. They're still. Yeah, so.
They're holding a
still
line.
out.
Yeah, they're holding a line in front of you. They really don't want you to get past them, but they don't seem to be advancing towards you in any kind of hurry.
Mm-hmm. I'm doing the same thing I'm doing. I'm going to hold my action till they get within range because I don't want to be. This is a defensive action.
Okay, Mr. Pump.
I don't want to be the first one to attack.
I mean, habit of a life.
Without sin, be the first one to cast the stone.
Hey, all I've done is hold my action twice now.
Yeah, but is it really a stone that Mr. Pump will be casting?
Um,
Well, it depends on if he's punching or not.
I mean, like stone of my stone, clay of my clay.
Have they made any comments on me? Because they just talked about us being human. Clearly, I'm not.
You're not Yuntai, so
Well, yeah.
you're also not a giant sloth. It couldn't fit through the doorway.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you barely fit through yourself. You had to crouch down a bit.
Probably. Like, I hate always being the first one to attack, but
Well, stop getting such high rolls.
I also feel very antagonized right now.
Mm-hmm.
There are there are potential enemies with their weapons drawn advancing on myself and my teammates.
Pump smash.
I mean,
Given Mr. Pump's history in Ankh-Morpork, you guys can remember that far back. Pump doesn't need to smash. Pump needs to snap. Because Pump was walking through Ankh-Morpork like he was Thanos. This dude is going to get a dusting of purple.
Could I hit one of them with the staff? Is that going to break the staff? Do I need to be worried about the
What?
integrity of the staff?
Just strike them with it.
Yeah.
It's
As a
not
melee
like
strike?
child's arm.
What did you say, Omar?
Just as a regular melee strike.
Yeah.
You going for the Malisons in front of you, or are you focus on the nation? Only
Actually,
one's,
okay. Wait. What
only
if I
one's
just,
been giving any orders.
what if I just want to like push it? Just like take the staff and just no. I realize that will also probably make them straight up attack us, but it's a lot funnier. And I feel like it's more of a Mr. Pump move.
Okay, give me a strength roll.
That was actually low. Is this, wait, this is just plus the, yeah. So 9.
9.
Yeah.
You kind of extend the staff out to the one in front of you, and you kind of poke him in a very muscular but scaly nippled bicep. You see it kind of bend the scales a little and kind of recoil back. It looks down and then looks at you and then tilts its head.
And then I just want to follow it up with a no.
Marlowe's the only one that hears this. Like, the fuck are these guys up to? Just come in here looking like they're part of a tour group, and now he's poking me with his stick. I said,
It's a
I'm here
rod.
to steal the idol. No, they are just poking us with sticks like we are some kind of exhibit.
Oi, poke it with a stick.
Big pointed stick.
Yeah. So is it obvious? Like, we can't understand what they're saying, but is it obvious to us that the abomination is giving the orders?
The Abomination's the only one that seems to be speaking out loud until these four guards start muttering to each other. Well, start hissing to each other after you poked one in the tit. It wasn't like a boop. No, this was a.
Fortunately, it wasn't strong enough to actually do anything.
Yeah. Luckily, I rolled low. Yeah, that's gonna be it for me for this round.
Okay. The rogue is kind of like sneaking around in the corner of the room. She's investigating where this corridor goes as a potential escape route. She's still in the room, but she's kind of peering down the corridor, trying to figure out what's going on. Her attention is being taken by the somewhat unseen abomination that's been, but only because his hisses seem to be more abrupt in hissiness. Hang on. We've got a hissy fit. covering Eric up with the dice cam. Let me slide that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yuntai. Yuntai do not advance any further. They're just kind of discussing things amongst themselves. They're a little confused at this. Marlowe hears the voice from the room behind you, again issuing orders to attack. They are here to steal the idol. They are common thieves. They are tomb robbers. They must be killed. Kill them. Why aren't you killing them? Why are you standing there discussing your man boobs? Kill them. Look, he poked you with a stick. This is provocation. Right.
Hmm. Well done.
Well, I'm guessing I'm probably going to be the first one to strike here, aren't I?
We can actually hear the click click as your mic turns off and on again. So it's weird that it just suddenly stops working while you're.
Well, I think it's because it doesn't sense any speech going through.
Yeah.
And it'd be nice if I could figure out how to set that so it doesn't go to sleep. But
Yeah,
I'm not sure exactly where to go for the settings on that. Although I could probably see if I could get the webcam mic set up.
Oh, that'll
Might be
sound
a little
awful.
bit easier next time. Okay. Well, I guess technically I get 2 attacks. So, what would actually go for? Like, would it be the spiritual hammer that goes first?
That's up to you.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just wondering what would be fast. Like, does it? Oh, spell and melee usually both happen at the same time, right?
Yeah, but you're controlling the spell, and the spell is performing a melee action. So if you want to
Right.
strike with the, it's up to you what order you want to do things.
Well, remember, because it's also your bonus action. It's just
You could
No,
use
the
a
cast
spiritual
attack is
weapon
bonus
to
action.
knock them all to their feet and then strike
it
the
also,
ground.
well, it's a separate thing, but you have to concentrate on it, so it would be. Just go ahead and flog them with the tail. Flog them with your tail.
Actually, write that one down. Attack
Okay, well-
8 plus spell damage.
Rolling for seduction. Nope, got a 9.
He's not seducible, is he? Okay. Yeah. So it's only going to be like a single target, right? So I can't like smack all of them like the Three Stooges. So I guess like, where am I in relation? Am I like on the left side or on the right side?
Let's say you're on the right hand side with the rogue.
Okay.
Mr. Pump's in the middle and Marlowe's on the left.
Okay, so I guess I'll swing the spiritual weapon at the one on the farthest right.
Okay. Are you aiming to just straight attack? You trying to knock them off their feet? You trying to give them a little tickle?
Well, since I'm sensing evil with them, I'm focusing to hurt.
Hey. Right. What's the spell save?
18.
Oh, that's bad. Okay. Failed.
All right, so
That-
16.
Is that a
That's
1?
force damage.
That one is, yeah. Got 16 and a 1.
Does that mean it
Ouch.
does double damage?
Sorry, how much damage? 16.
16, yeah.
Okay. You strike out the one directly in front of you. The tail kind of lashes out and whips at the legs of the Yuntai. Let me see if he stays standing. He does not. You catch him in the shins, knocking his leg out from underneath him, and he kind of goes over sideways.
Okay, I think I'm gonna focus attack, so like with my attack, I'll attack him as well.
Down with the frost axe.
Yeah.
Okay. You hitting him or are you hitting the ground?
I'm gonna hit him, or at least try. I got 13.
13's a hit.
Oh wow, because I got a 3 on the dice. Okay, so that is die 8. And
I mean, really, the only armor they've got are the pecs. You've just got to get through the man boot. Then you're.
yeah. Oh, really? That's just sad.
What happened?
All right. Well, he took 1 point of chill damage, like cold, and 3 points of physical damage.
So, 4 damage total.
Yeah.
With a double-bladed axe.
Well, that usually happens when you roll 2 ones.
Oof.
Hey, I couldn't help it. It's like the dice are the dice.
Okay. You take a swing. The axe kind of embeds into one of the armor plates that he has on his forearm, and the ice starts to spread up his arm. He's kind of recoiling and kind of backing away from you as this is happening. Marlo, your action has been held. What are you doing?
I guess I'm attacking.
The one in front of you?
Yes.
Okay.
So my rapier, I have 2 attacks.
I'm just gonna get a refill while that's happening.
Oh, shit, I believe that's a natural 20 on my dice. For the first attack.
You believe, or it actually is?
Well,
because if you believe it's strong enough, it will pop into existence. You know that.
it is a well, this is a new set of dice I'm using, and
They're
it is
bloody
not
hard to
one.
read.
It's a symbol, which usually means that it's a 20.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
So I will roll a damage on that one. Ooh. 14 plus 19 points of damage on the first attack.
That doubled.
Second attack. That was with the doubling.
Okay.
Doubled the dice, then added the modifier.
Right.
There was 7 plus double plus 5. And the second attack is a 23 to hit.
Same one?
Yes.
Yep.
12 points.
12 points damage there. Okay, Mr. Bump.
Are they all the same distance away?
One of them, well, they're in a line 10 feet away from you.
Yeah.
The cleric has advanced forward, knocked one down. The bard has stepped forward and kind of pokey.
Right.
So you've got 2 in front of you that are effectively equid.
The abomination.
That's to your left.
Hmm.
Given that he's silhouetted in the doorway, that's at least 15 or 20 feet away.
But I could hit him with the fireball. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna do that.
Okay, give me a ranged attack.
Let's see.
You have a advantage on saving throws.
All right. So, range attack was 17 plus 11. If I understand that right.
You didn't write it down?
I mean, that's what D&D Beyond is telling me, but that might be the plus for. Just have the information for the.
So it's d20 plus the weapon bonus to hit,
Yeah.
plus your attribute to hit. We're still letting you roll strength, even though it's not really a strength attack, because that's going to be your highest
Yeah.
attribute anyway.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I rolled a 17.
Which was a hit anyway. He's only AC
Yeah.
15.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
8d8. It's my d8. There we go.
How many times have you used the staff now?
This is the second time.
Second time inside the cavern.
Yeah.
You have the accidental discharge outside. Remember?
Yeah. Is oh. I forgot about that. Well, that's 26 damage.
So it's a premature discharge?
I don't like to talk about it.
The man likes his big chickens.
This doesn't usually happen.
How do I? So yeah. That's
Okay.
all I got.
Okay, Rogue's turn. Rogue is going to go take a little swipe at the one that Brian's been working on. 12 plus her dex 6 now. So she hasn't upgraded her character sheet for at least one level.
Yeah, I'm pretty
So
sure she's got
that's going to be a hit. Sneak attack, extra d6. Yep. Hang on. Yep. Yuntai's turn. Okay, let's start with the one that Brian's attacked. He's down on the ground. His arm is currently spreading with frost on one side, and he's got the rogue standing behind him, kind of pokey dagger. He's going to use all of his movement to get up and attack Brian, because that's the one immediately in front of him. Right. What we this is Scimitar, +5 to hit. Got a 12 and a 13.
So my armor class 21.
So neither of those hit then.
Yeah. Usually I want to have it so that they have a plus to attack, because I don't really want to not have a plus and hit me.
Yeah, with the Scimitar, they're only +5 to hit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No go there. One that's attacking Marlowe. I've got a 11 and a 15.
One hit.
One hit.
One hit.
6 plus 3, so 6 points damage.
Okay.
Fortunately, no poison damage. The two that are in front that have not yet engaged. One of them engages Marlowe. We've got a 19 and a 14.
Both hit.
With it. 5. 13 points of damage. And the other one is going to engage with Brian. A 16 and a 24.
Okay, one hit.
One hit. That's 9 points of damage. The abomination. Eric, your blast. You're kind of shooting into kind of a flickery candlelit kind of space, and you just see this silhouette. You can see the body of it's kind of swirling around on the ground, and you're just, oh fuck, you blasted him. You hear a very high-pitched screeching sound, which I'm not going to try and replicate, coming from. Let's see. A 19 and a 17 to hit.
19 and a 17. And ties. What do
Meets it,
ties
beats
do?
it.
Sorry?
It's a meets it, beats it. Tie hits.
Okay. So yeah, both of them hit.
Both of them hit. Okay, so it's sorry, it was longbow. 2 arrows. So first one is 16 damage. That's piercing.
Hmm.
Plus 11 points of poison damage, which you're immune to.
So
Second
I don't
one,
take that at all.
you don't take anything.
Okay.
You've got the constitution of a brick wall.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to make sure. It's like, yeah.
Second one's 15 points of damage. And you ignore the 15 points of poison damage.
I don't like this.
So 2 arrows come streaking out of the kind of candlelit space. They both kind of embed into you. You kind of get the first ow you've really ever experienced. It's like, shit, look at that. They're
Hang on.
actually sticking out. It's like, fuck's sakes, man.
What is this? This is new, and I don't like it.
Okay. Brian, your turn.
All right, so do another attack on him. Hopefully, I get a slightly better roll this time. Okay, so 19.
19's a hit.
Oh, there we go. That's better. 16.
16 damage.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that with the axe again?
No, that's spiritual hammer.
Okay.
So that would be force damage, I think it was. Yeah, force damage.
See if he. Oh yeah, he's back down on the ground.
Okay, and swinging the axe.
Are you hitting the same guy with the axe?
Yeah.
And you have advantage on that hit because he's prone.
Oh, do I?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, actually, that's much better there. I got a 6 and an 18, so I think 18 plus 10 is 28 hits.
Right. There's like a horrible squelching sound. As you kind of cleave him. Yeah. Anyway.
Should I roll damage?
You're that close to death.
You see the limbs kind of like starting to fit and shake as you cleave him into right through the spine. That one's done.
Oh, come on. I roll a 7 and a 6. So almost max damage.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess I do cleave him.
Okay, Marlowe, you've just seen the cleric, a man of God, may I add. Not a particularly nice god, but a man of God cleave one of these Yuntai in twain.
Stay down.
Oh, I better step up, and I will continue my attacks on the man. I'm assuming a 9 is going to miss.
9 is going to miss. AC 12.
Okay. Then the next one will hit because that is 11 plus 7, so 18. Oh, that's for another 12 points of damage.
Okay. Still up.
Okay.
Mr. Pop, you are looking down at 2 cocktail sticks sticking out of your left tit.
All right.
Point on the doll where he touched you. It's about here.
Are these the guys in front of us? Are they far away enough that I don't have to disengage if I'm walking away?
The one in front of you is far enough away. The guys behind, well, technically behind you, are 10 feet away. So if you were to move forward, given that they're already engaged with Marlowe and the cleric, then no, you don't have to disengage.
Okay, because if I wanted to go towards the abomination. Yeah. Because it's personal now. I'm gonna put the staff away and slip on the bun knuckles. Give me the old 1-2. Why do I feel like I'm gonna miss both of these somehow? Oh Jesus, no.
Uh-oh. He got a what?
I did.
Oh shit.
I knew that was gonna happen. It's like dream punches.
What happened?
Roll a 1.
Well, you get. There's only one attack, or you get 2.
Yeah, I get 2. Well, I'm supposed to get 2, but I don't know if a 1 makes me not get 2 now.
Oh.
You get Mickey D's or Burger King?
So
Burger King.
you kind of lunge in for your swing for the first knuckle. Your rage, your confusion, your slightly stinging left boob kind of throws the punch off a little. Give me a D8. 1 is straight ahead. We're going to go clockwise around the clock face.
Okay. 4.
4.
Get a 6. You punch yourself.
So you kind of lunge forward. You miss the yuntai and end up facing the wrong way, striking the doorway. Just step through. How much damage?
What did that doorway ever do to you?
Hang on. I believe it's 13.
Doorway doesn't stand a chance. Whether it was a lucky hit and you just hit the right stone that was just taking most of the weight, or just the weakest stone, but you hit the stone just on the edge of the doorway, and that side of the wall starts to slide down, blocking the doorway from the rest of the party. Second attack.
Then the next one was a 10 plus 11.
Which is a hit.
Yeah. And then that'll be 13 damage.
Okay. You just on the verge of your kind of semi-consciousness as the rocks are coming tumbling down. You hear a sound from behind you, and a green beam of force energy streaking diagonally across. As the bun weighs in, 8 points of damage.
Bun. Let's go.
Bomb.
He eyes the doorway. Sorry. Right, Rogue's turn. First Yuntai is down. Brian's cleaved that one in two. Rogue is going to take a little sidestep behind the adjacent one and do some stabby. Barely hits. Right, okay. Complicated math.
1 plus 1.
This is why I don't play Pathfinder. I don't want to be sitting there doing algebra. Right, Yuntai. We've got two still up. Have taken two up that have taken some moderate damage. One that is is entirely untouched. So the one that's attacking, the one that Marlowe's already engaged is going to go first. We're going to go for a melee and a bite attack. I haven't used bite. +5, a 23 and a 14.
Both hit.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm probably correct.
so the melee attack first. 7 points of damage. Bite does 4 points of piercing and 6 points of poison damage. This is a dude with some serious gingivitis.
So there's no poison save?
Con saving throw?
Yes.
You want to try it?
I can.
The book doesn't give a poison save, but
Then it probably. Well, then.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Well, then it wouldn't be any. It'd be automatic fail.
Yeah, it'd be automatic poison.
Eric, are those little swirly cinnamon buns from IKEA?
They're not from IKEA, but yeah.
It's a 10, so it's probably a fail anyway.
Oh, yeah, that'd be a fail.
That's fine.
Second one is still within range. Are they just a generic Swedish thing? And IKEA happens to be the only place I've ever seen them
Usually
for sale.
these are a different brand, but usually they're called Giflar. and they do not. The Swedes do not consider them cinnamon rolls. They are Giflar, and that's it. There's cinnamon rolls and there's Giflar. They're completely different.
But they are cinnamon flavored.
Yeah, they are. Don't tell the Swedes I said this, but they are tiny cinnamon rolls. That's all there is to it.
Do you not dunk them in liquid icing before you eat?
Oh, I should do that.
I mean, like,
why have I not done that yet?
literally just
The grocery
fondue
store nearby's
fondue
got
those little
small
fuckers.
cinnamon rolls.
What'd you say,
like
Brian?
little snacks. The grocery store nearby's got small cinnamon rolls, but it's also got like small brownies. Like they're probably about the size of a loony, so like about an inch around.
You know what? I think I might. Depending what time I'll wake up tomorrow, I might go down to IKEA because IKEA is only about 20 minutes away. I'm gonna buy a bag to eat on the airplane, and I'm gonna buy a bag to eat in front of Sam. Omar doesn't share food.
No, what would be even worse is if you had a bag of Reese's Pieces.
Reese's Pieces, no, but IKEA are famous for their dime cake. I might get a bag of those little mini dime bars for the kids.
Oh, dime is the best. Also, you can say that you get a dime bag, which is hilarious.
Hey, that's not a problem. It's legal in Ontario.
Or just a bag of dimes,
Yeah.
which is really just pocket money, isn't it?
Right.
In fact, I think I'm gonna have to pack a couple of bags of dimes when I do Niagara, just so we can all eat them in front of you.
Dime is so good.
The cake as well,
The cake is also
just so we can eat them in front of you.
Just a big tease for Eric.
Well, I'll just go out and buy some at the grocery store. What are you doing?
Right. Budai, second Yuntai is engaging you for a 16 and a 19.
Yeah, they both hit.
Okay. Gonna go scimitar for both of those. We've got 4 points and 5 points of damage. So
9.
9 points of damage total.
All right, I'm still up.
Mr. Pomp, you are partially cut off from the party. You have this kind of angry-looking abomination in front of you. You've taken one swing and missed, taken another swing and connected, and the unbun has taken a blast at him. What happened?
Understandably.
So, the tail of this yuntai, you see that it's been kind of coiled around it so far, and you can see that it's kind of shifting, moving as it moves. Fail to notice that the tail is kind of reaching out towards you and going for a constrict. For a 19.
Yep.
$11 points of bludgeoning damage. You are grappled. And what the fuck he's thinking, I don't know, but he moves in for a bite. That's the instinct. For 14.
14. No.
Roll an extra dice here. Actually, I'm going to do this one on screen. I want to see if he breaks his teeth.
Oh man, that would be great.
Nope.
Ah.
That was a 19 on screen. So you are grappled. You can use your action next turn to break free if you want to. It is now.
How much damage was the first one? 13. I can't remember. So either 13 or 15.
So
The damage that the bludgeoning damage.
I think it was 13.
it's 2d6 plus 4.
16.
So the
2d6. Oh,
yeah, the
okay.
default suggestion is 11. So yeah, 13 seems
I hate this.
right.
This is not nice numbers.
Brian.
Okay, I guess move to the next one to the left.
Okay.
Okay, so spiritual hammer. So it's a 29.
29 to hit.
Yeah.
I mean, squeak by there, mate. Okay. And 15 damage. Stays on his feet. Does.
All right, and the axe. And that's 17.
17 to hit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so 5 points cold damage. And 6 points from the weapon.
Okay. He's looking pretty bloodied. Okay. Marlo.
Okay, continue on with the man I've been dealing with. First attack. There's another natural 20.
Yay!
Hang on. Sam just texted me something.
4.
Emergency alert message. 5:25 Eastern Daylight. Environment Canada issue tornado warning.
Ooh, lovely.
Again, she had one of those a little while ago.
Checking if she's actually finished work yet. I don't think she will be.
It's only 6
Probably
o'clock,
not. It's
so
like not quite 6 o'clock. Which time she done? 7?
It's usually 8 if she's locking up.
Okay. Yeah, so that's still
Right.
like a couple hours away.
that hit was 9 points of damage.
9 points of damage.
He's still up.
Okay.
Second attack. Another natural 20. Damn, this is a good die. For
And you can't read it.
13 points of damage.
That's doubled. Yep.
That's already been doubled.
Okay. Right, Mr. Pump.
So hang on a second. What does it mean to be bloodied, or like where under what circumstance are you bloodied?
Bloodied.
Yeah. I just can't remember. Or
Under
like
50%, I believe.
under 50%?
Yeah.
Technically.
Well, I'm bloated. I know that. But
Yeah. I'm at 57. Which means I am bloodied by 1 hit point.
Right? Are we going full on rage now?
Yeah, I was thinking about that anyway before I realized I was bloodied, because that also would help against it gives me resistance to bludgeoning and piercing and slashing.
Mhm.
So yeah, I'll do that. I'll go on in rage as my bonus action, and then I will try to what is it to get out of the
Opposed strength check. So hang on. AC. So yeah, strength saving throw. Your DC is only 14.
okay, and I have advantage.
Now, if this was advanced
Wow,
D&D,
that was
that'd simply be a Ben
Pair of
Barnes.
crits.
I know, yeah.
It was an 18 and a 2. So 18 plus 9, 27. Does that get it?
Probably just a couple of points over there. Scraping.
Yeah. All right.
Good thing you
But-
had advantage.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the first one was the 18, so I would have been all right. All right. But that's all I can do, I think. That's my one action.
So it's a complex action.
What
Yep.
do you mean?
So
Well, oh, does it not have that in D&D? I thought it was like there's like an action, a bonus action, and a complex action.
Oh,
no, action, bonus action, and movement. Those are the three that you
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'm thinking of Shadowrun.
This is
Well,
what
Pathfinder is pretty simple. You have bonus with Swift, fully and move, and it's complicated.
yeah, but then you've got to carry the 2. Then you've got the exponent. Then you've got to calculate the square root of
Yeah, I know.
your enemy's armor.
Yeah,
Deduct
that-
1
that's
because
starting to
it's
sound
a
little bit
Tuesday and you haven't had your
like Shadowrun
breakfast
and Middle
yet.
Earth.
It's like
Plus 4
3.5.
because Scorpio's rising. Minus 3 because you're carrying a bit of extra junk in the trunk there. You didn't have time for your morning ablutions. Yeah,
Hey, you
and
should
plus
try
5
playing
because
Middle
you're just
Earth by
not
Ice.
happy.
You should try playing Middle Earth by Ice.
Oh, and an extra
It's-
plus 1 for the
it's
cinnamon rolls.
Crazy. Like even for the criticals, you roll a percentage for the critical charts, and it gets right down into the description on what happens.
See, this is why I don't like.
It's an insanely complex system.
I stopped playing at I stopped playing at Advanced D&D because I saw what Pathfinder and 3.5 edition were turning into, and they were taking all of the imagination out of the game and formalizing everything. And if everybody had had access to that level of spreadsheeting, late 80s, early 90s, it is basically D&D for accountants. For people that work government jobs, work in HR, or work as accountant, it was D&D for them. Because everything was written down, everything was formalized, and all you had to do was pick from a table. And I can't imagine how dull it must have been to be running a game back then.
Yeah.
Because 5th edition gives
It
me
was
so
fun to
much
play.
flexibility, and I'm having a hoot of a time doing that.
Cool. I remember as a
Oh, we
player,
used to play like first edition AD&D a lot, and like the DM would usually take a lot of artistic license. Like we use critical charts, like a percentage chart, where it told you what happened. But even still, like the DM had their own flair with it.
Yeah, but it's like Pathfinder was literally D&D for people with zero imagination. Or basically you're playing an entire table full of rules lawyers and you better have everything written down. because they're going to pick
No,
your
we had-
argument apart.
Well,
We had
isn't
a
it
couple
kind
of
of in
rules
the
lawyers.
name? It's
So
called
actually, I'm
Pathfinder.
going to cite Gerald versus Yuntai of 52 here. That I believe he established precedent when he did the special attack. Overruled. If
Oh,
the
no,
glove don't fit.
I had a 3.5 game where the GM was a rules lawyer. We had another one of the guys. They were both they were the rules lawyers. The rest of us were here to have fun and just fucking kill shit. Take it down. I would like to cleave. I would like to great cleave. I would like to just fucking whirlwind my way through all these fuckers.
Right. Where were we? Right. So, Mr. Pump, you have broken free.
Yeah.
The Untai's kind of you've kind of broken his grasp on you, and he's kind of see the coils of his body are unwinding around you. Bun Bun's going to take a shot. It's Eldritch Blast.
I love how you have a warlock rabbit.
It's pretty great.
And does 6 points of damage. The Yuntai is kind of knocked back a little by the force blast of green laser beam. Rogue's turn. We
put
have
a fist out for the Bun Bun to bump.
hang on.
Just thumps with his foot.
Could I
My crazy.
Sculpey a little Bun Bun on top of your
Oh
shoulder?
yes, please, if you could.
I've got some milliput somewhere. I normally use it for filling seams on vehicles. I could probably do a little Bun Bun.
That
would
would
be
be
cool.
amazing.
Right, Rogue is gonna go sneaky. Both misses. Hang on. Yep, both misses. Rolled a 4 and a 5. That's
Ew.
bad.
Ouch.
Right, Yuntai's turn. Ah. 1 down, 3 still standing, plus the abomination. So, the one in front of Brian, looking pretty bloodied. What have we got? 5, we've got 18 and a 21.
So he's taking offense, has he? He wants to swing at me?
Red Samurai, thank you for following, sir. I hope you are enjoying the game so far. If you are, and you want to kind of throw a little bit of a D&D spanner in the works, you do have the option of redeeming a D20 with your channel points. Tell me what you're redeeming against, i.e. you want the cleric to miss his spell, or you want the Bun Bun to fall over or something. And I'll roll on screen, and I'll set a threshold for it. Glad you're enjoying it. If you're not aware, my game it's 5th edition, but we're based in Terry Pratchett's Discworld. So it's kind of high on silly and high on stupid, high on comedy, and very high on sarcasm. We've already established today that not only is there a death, and a death of rats, there is also a death of sperm.
Ridiculous.
Pro-life. What was that? I was running for damage. It was 2 hits. 17 points of damage. It's Brian. Ouchie.
Against me?
Yep.
What did he get to hit?
No, he didn't. Sorry, no. It was a 16 and an 18.
Yeah.
Sorry, my apologies. I forget your.
I thought it was the rogue that was attacking.
The rogue whiffed. I remember that.
So 2 misses against Brian. The other Yuntai you've already killed. The 2 in front of Marlowe.
Can't believe I didn't drop that for that one that I've been beaten on.
So the one you've
Yeah.
been beaten on is going to go first. I've got a 15 and a 20. Dirty 20.
Fuck. Yep, they both hit.
5 points and 8 points. 13 points total.
Okay.
The other one is
I'm dead. I'm down.
got 1 miss there. Another dirty 20.
Okay.
And that one is for 6 points of damage.
Okay.
Red Samurai, thank you for the bits there. I haven't had bits on the channel for ages. Very much so. All biddies, any donations, any subs, all biddies do go to supporting our lovely but absent friend Sam. She's normally the rogue in this game, but she's day off today. Let me get some weird stuff on. She is kind of been caught up in a legal battle the last couple of years, custody of stuck kids. Has actually won that. She's been awarded full decision making and primary custody of kids. That's been 9 years in the making. They do still have a big chunk of a legal bill to pay off, so anything that I'm earning from my stream is being utilized to help them out. So thank you very much for that. It's going to be used.
Very nice.
Let's see. I activate how do I get the damn buttons? I don't know. Right. That's what I was looking. No, that's not what I was looking. Oh, why can't I find the damn thing? Right.
You should make it just a command.
No, it's on my deck board. It's just the it's just a text thing. So let me just copy and paste. We have a hydrate as well. No booze because I've been driving most of the day. But lttstore.com.
Actually, I'm out of drink right now.
I still
They'll
got
get the
half
entire
vodka.
tube of liquid icing and just go.
Delicious.
Can't believe
Refreshing.
you had mini cinnamon rolls and no icing to dunk them in.
Well, normally cinnamon rolls over here have like pearl sugar on them.
Right.
Icing is not. So like since I've been over here, I just haven't really thought about it. But I'm definitely thinking about it now.
So I'm thinking, given that this is a Mr. Pump theme thing, I'm thinking we need to get some like bamboo like skewers, like kebab skewers, and fashion them into little arrows. So just glue some plastic flights on one end and use them like little, kind of do like fondue, but you've got arrows. You've got bamboo arrows instead of those little fork things.
Yeah.
And then a little bowl of liquid icing, just gonna and nom. And then when you finish, it's like, because I mean that's how you finish ramen, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's no fucking wonder I've got diabetes.
Oh God.
Thank you very much for the bits, Mr. Red Sam. Sorry, I almost assumed your gender there, sir. We've made that mistake once before with the Snake Men. Red Samurai, thank you for the bits there. Where were we? Right. Second Yuntai on Marlowe, and we have the Abomination still fighting Mr. No, not you.
What? What?
So, 2 attacks with bloody hell.
Someone lurking in the background, maybe.
Hope not.
Okay, one hit for 22. The other one's a crit fail. So let me do
All
the
right.
22
So we're
first.
equal.
For 9 points of damage.
What type?
Crit fail.
Well, doesn't matter. You're raging, so you're half. All damage is halved.
Yeah.
You.
Bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing.
Yeah, so there's that was slashing damage. So you've got what? Half damage there.
What is it? Rounded down or up?
Rounded down.
I like these numbers better.
You the man. You the man, Red Samurai. You the man. You a man. Might be a wee man. The second attack, the Untie swings, misses you, misses the Bun, and shatters his scimitar against the stone floor.
So it
You
actually breaks
hear-
the scimitar?
Well, you can't really hear much of it. There's a very high-pitched shrieking sound coming from the creature as he kind of starts whipping round the coils of his body, pulling them back in towards him, almost wrapping them around himself.
That was my favorite scimitar.
It was a gift from my brother-in-law.
Was being the Propton word.
All right. I feel like he has extra defense now,
Okay,
and I don't like that.
Brian, what's Cleric up to? You've got one mushed, one severely hammered, with the rogue in behind it, doing some sneak damage. And you've got 2 engaging Bard. The Bard's looking pretty battered.
I was
Like a Mars bar on a Glaswegian night out.
Yeah. I'm beyond fucked up.
Your mic's gone again, Brian. I'm doing the lucky cat thing.
so like on a fraction aspect, like how badly damaged are you?
He stopped singing. It's got to be bad.
I'm hanging on by a on a scale from 1 to 66. I'm a 2.
So you're hanging on by a G-string.
Yeah, I'm hanging on by a G. I am real. I mean,
it's a G minor now.
trust me, I thought I was going to go down that last round. That last hit, I was like, thank God, one of those missed.
Okay. Trying to remember which one this was.
I would use up the spiritual weapon.
Well, yeah, that's still gonna attack. But I'm trying to remember which one of my healing spells is kind of like an instant healing.
Spam in chat with Bun Buns and Mystic Chicken.
Yeah, the healing word.
Well, I got 2 versions of that.
Mass healing word and healing word.
Okay, mass healing word it's instant as well. Oh, this
And
is
that's
an area
usually
effect.
right. So it also hit. I think it would. Well, I don't know how it works, but it would also probably hit our lovely Gollum.
Well, is the golem within 60 feet?
Within 60 feet, he's kind of semi-sealed off in another room.
So it's whether it's got a factor of being able to penetrate the rock.
Well, semi-sealed off. There is space to kind of crawl through.
So in other words,
So if
Which
it's a
means
case
there's
of he
space.
just has to hear your spell, yes.
Well, actually, I could still attack too, because it's a bonus action to cast it. Oh, well, yeah, because it's a word. It's just voice. So do it kind of like the evangelist. You are healed. So that is die 4.
Exercise the
actually-
demons. And I said unto the Lord, and the Lord said, let there be snakes. And I said, there's
Well,
too
you're
many
down pretty
motherfucking
far.
snakes in this plane already, oh Lord. Save me from these motherfucking snakes on this plane, oh Lord.
All right.
And the
So
Lord said, you are on this plane of existence for a reason, my son. And that reason is to save this plane from these motherfucking snakes. Operators are standing
I'm
by on the
going
phones.
to sacrifice my flame strike, and for every level above, it adds a die 4, so I get 2 more die 4. So everyone within the area. Ooh, that's nice. 7. Oh wow, really? So 18 points of healing.
You say everybody in the area. Does that include the bad guy?
Well, it's just gonna be like members of the party. It's not gonna heal our enemies.
Not really.
It's only healing the ones that I have camaraderie towards.
How can I twist this to my advantage?
No, no.
Well, hey, that's actually up to Offler. If he wants to heal half of them,
I feel like they're Offler would consider them the dirty cousins. Like crawling around on their bellies.
whether he likes
Gross.
them or whether he's like their mortal enemies, like
Can I also point out, being the antagonist of Offler, Offler's still pretty pissed about the gold room.
hey, I had nothing to do with that, really.
I know, but
And
we know
neither-
somebody
so-
who did.
And
I did
I'm
not
being
either.
like-
No, no.
I know nothing about the gold room.
I was still under control. I was not a free golem.
Okay, 18 points of 18 healing for all the party then.
All right.
I can't even remember if that affects me or not.
Should.
That means I'm not bloodied
60.
anymore.
Oh, hey, it's not under that definition. As you call it, words of restoration up to 6 creatures of your choice that you can see within range.
So that excludes Mr. Pump.
Yeah, he gets doubly excluded. Because it has no effect on undead or constructs. Is he classified as a construct right now?
Technically no.
Because of the wish.
The wish spell.
Yeah.
Because Mr. Pump
But
can
that
be
only-
healed.
It only gives half effectiveness, though, right?
Yeah.
'Cause
It
I
would
remember you saying
only be
something
half
about
healing. But you can't see him because of the partial collapse of.
And that's your fault, Eric.
I all right. Do we really need to point faults out? Okay. Nobody
Remember,
needs
you
to
still
be
have
at
more
fault.
hit points than I do. I will at least survive another round.
So Milo gets 18. Brian, you're up 18. The rogue hasn't taken any hits. As the rogue has been sneaking around all.
Yeah.
Okay, is that it? That's your bonus action, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bonus action, so I would still have the spiritual hammer attack and my attack.
Yep.
So just give me a second here. So it's 18. So 8 points. Whew, okay. I was getting a little high on damage there, so good thing I cast the AoE heal.
Cleric getting high on his own supply.
Well, I was down about 1/3 because I was at 26 for 76. Okay, so that's 17.
Is a hit.
Ooh, 18 points.
How do you want to do that one?
Kind of take him in a side swipe.
Well, just drive off without giving him an insurance deed.
Hit and run.
So like right across the side of the chest.
Okay. Big swipe. Weapon gets temporarily lodged in there, but a good foot and a bit of huffing and puffing, and he's down. You've got one adjacent to you that's engaged with Marlo that hasn't yet, and the one that's directly fighting Marlo looks pretty bad.
Now, if I take a step forward, would I be clear enough to use the axe?
Yep.
To get both of them? Okay, so yeah, I'll take a step forward and I'll slam the axe on the ground. So does that still do the same damage?
Still does the same. It does the ice damage, but it freezes everyone in place.
Okay, so then it's just 1d6 plus 2. Ooh, wow. So they both get 4 points damage.
Okay, so everybody within 10 feet of Brian takes 4 points of damage.
That includes me.
Yep.
Okay.
That includes you. Well, not Brian, but that does include the rogue. And everybody is held. You're basically held in place. So it'll be an opposed strength. Be a strength saving throw to break free of the ice if you want to do that, or you can just fight, keep frozen in the ice.
Okay.
I said, stand your ground.
Okay, Rogue is frozen in place, but she is still engaged. No, sorry, she's still within range of Tontai. 2 attacks there, both are hits.
Now the real question is, what would happen if the rogue used her dagger? Would she leave her boots behind?
Boots behind.
1, 8,
Must be pretty complex math.
32,
Sneak attack damage.
36 damage.
Ooh.
It's a pretty solid hit.
Who?
That's the rogue.
Mhm.
Deals 36 damage.
Not bad.
So that like
2
pretty well
attacks
taken.
with that dagger of hers, plus 2d6 sneak attack per attack. Because that Yuntai is already engaged with Marlowe. Pity Brian doesn't get sneak attack on the ice attack there. Okay, Yuntai. The one engaged with the Bard is looking very, very shaky. Between the ice and the amount of damage he's taken, he's looking like he's trying to rethink some of his life. Unfortunately, he's frozen in place and can't do anything about that. But does manage to break free of the ice on his second attempt. So, no attack from him. Second one is going to try and break free. And a crit fail on that one. He falls prone.
The one that broke free, is he trying to get away?
He's managed to break free. That's about as far as he's gotten. He's used up all of his. I've used up all my ability just to get him to break free the ice. So he's got no movement and no attack left.
Okay.
Okay, Marlowe.
Okay, well, the one that has been it's looking real that broke free, I'm going to attack.
It's not going to take
12?
much.
A 12 to hit?
12's a hit. They are AC
Okay.
12.
Okay, just double checking. For 8 points of damage on him.
How do you want to do that one?
It's just a rapier, so it's basically, I told you we didn't want to do anything, and stab him basically right through the chest multiple times.
Okay.
And then the other guy,
Who is prone, so you've got advantage.
okay. Thank God, because that was a natural 1 for 18. Sorry, 21 to hit.
Yep.
For 12 points of damage.
Still,
Your green screen does some really funky things.
It is the in-app green screen,
Yeah.
technically.
Mm.
Trust me, it's better than looking at that than looking at the mess that I have to clean up in here. Like the pile of clothes that are behind me.
you know what? I've just remembered.
Well, mine's like semi-neat.
I
So.
didn't even turn on my RGB. I'm doing D&D and I haven't even got the light on.
We had turned the 1 off earlier.
Oh no, it's not even
Heaven
plugged in.
forbid.
Mind. It's not even plugged in. I unplugged everything before I went away. I haven't plugged everything back in.
Why bother? You're leaving on Monday anyway.
Well, yeah.
Point.
So all you've got is a suitcase and what's left of my racing rig, which is kind of folded up at the. Right. So one's dead. How much damage did you do in the other one?
That was 12.
12 damage. Okay, excellent. Now he's the only one still standing. Mr. Pump.
What's the benefit of grappling creature? Like, can it still
Not
attack?
much.
No, they'd have to do a strength saving throw, break free of the grapple first. Everyone else also has advantage.
Maybe I want to do that. Yeah, I'm gonna
Anybody
use.
there with you though.
What's that? Well,
There's not
yeah,
anybody there with you.
but it would give him like a. He wouldn't be able to attack me if I succeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't attack him because you're grappling.
Can I
him.
not? I can't hold him like
You're
in
holding
one
him,
arm?
but you're not. If you kind of try and use your other hand to punch him, then he's gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah, grappling is really
Yeah, you're kind of
By
wrestling
yourself,
him down to the
grappling.
ground and pinning him to the ground and let the rest of the party
Yeah.
wail on him.
All right, then I'll just go for 2 attacks, 2 punches. First one is a 16 to hit.
That's going to be a miss.
Damn.
He's got extra armor because he's doing the kind of
Yeah.
coiling around him himself thing.
He's got scale mail.
And 16 again.
Okay, so 2 misses from the pump.
Yeah.
Bun Bun is going to take another shot. 10. 5 force damage. Still up.
Do what?
No, he's still up.
Oh, he's still up. Yes, yeah.
Okay, the rogue, rogue's turn. Rogue is still frozen in place, but she's going to go at last Allison. Bloody hell! You're either good or you're awful, aren't you?
You should get a 20 and a 1.
No, that's a 9 and an 11. So 2 misses there. Oh, wait a minute. Prone, isn't he?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Table. Okay,
Is that
one
off-
hit.
off the table?
One
Okay,
hit.
she gets sneak attack.
9 plus 16. 2d6. 19 damage. Oh, she finishes him off. Right. How does Sam want to do this?
Sticks him in the back of the neck and comes right at his throat.
You just got wrecked.
No, that's a bit vanilla. No, this is a rogue, remember. I'm going to say, and this Sam, when you're watching this, hint, this is how I want you to fight. The first one goes in with the knife, skates off the scale. She's already got coming in from behind, already got the knife up in front of him. Grabs him by the little snaky tongue, jams the knife down his throat.
You just got wrecked.
Definitely avoiding the fang.
Yeah. His Dixie Rex.
From behind, and then kicks off, does a little forward flip, and just severs the head completely. So you see the rogue do a semi-front flip, and is just standing there with a yuntai head just dangling from its tongue.
Yep.
Boing, boing.
Not bad.
Well, he started it.
Okay, Abomination is no longer holding his scimitar. Hmm. Right. Got limited options now. We're gonna go for a constrict. One
He's gonna
fail
constrict himself.
and a 21. Hit.
Yeah.
Because he's got his coils wrapped around himself, right?
Yeah.
So that is 2d6 plus 4. That's 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
So 3.
And you are grappled. And it's going to go in with the bite. 2, for a 23 to hit.
Seriously?
6 points of piercing damage. And you are immune.
3.
You're immune to the poison. But you're immune to the 10 points of poison damage. So the coils come snaking around you quick as anything, pulling you into place. And as they're kind of spinning around, you feel the bite punch into to your shoulder blade somewhere behind.
Okay. I guess it's just back to me then, right? It's just me and him left.
Just you and him. Well, and the bun bun.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Okay, Brian. Everything in this room has been cleared. But you're still conscious that Mr. Pump is in a small anteroom off to the left. And you can still hear the sounds of fighting going on there.
Now, how obstructed is the doorway?
Partially caved in, so you're going to be down on your hands and knees crawling through what little gap there is.
Wizard would be real handy right now. Because I don't think I could attack. Oh, wait a second. It's a regular wall, right?
Again?
What if I tried to mend the wall?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that put it back in place?
Yeah. Or you could just crawl through the fucker. I mean, there's enough room for you to crawl through, even with all your armor on. You can't just saunter in and just, like, start barking orders.
Why not?
I'm sick and fucking tired of these motherfucking snakes in this motherfucking temple. But I said the Lord looked down upon me, and he grinned. And the word of Ophala is kill.
Well, I guess I'm not really egotistical. I'm just an optimist, so I guess I'll call.
For a cleric of Ophala, optimism is the prey doesn't fight back too much. It only takes one death roll to finish them off.
So don't keep beating them.
And there's enough left over for a snack later. Do crocodiles regenerate their teeth like sharks do? I don't think they do they?
No, I don't think so.
No.
They don't even regenerate their tails if their tails get cut off, so.
Losers.
That's usually the only prey lizards.
Yeah.
So like geckos and whatnot, like if you break their tail off because they freak out, it's like, oh no, I got me by the tail.
Yeah, I think if you chopped off a crocodile's tail, A, it would be pissed. And B, I think it would be fatal.
Yeah.
Probably. Because
Yeah.
it's kind of like getting a femoral artery type thing.
Yeah. So, are you crawling through, or are you going to try and fix the doorway with your amazing stonemason skill?
I'll crawl through.
Right. Okay. So, crawl through in. You can see the room is 25 by 25. There's some columns in the center, but mostly your eyes drawn to this huge Yuntai abomination that's basically coiled itself around Mr. Pump. It doesn't seem to be holding any weapons anymore, but you manage to get a quick look as it bites into the back of Mr. Pump's shoulder.
How many rounds has this been so far?
Haven't been keeping track.
Because I'm trying to think, is like,
hang
does
on,
my
hang on.
spiritual hammer
4
follow me?
maybe.
I think this
I'm
is round.
thinking like
This is the end of round 4
the end of round 4. Okay.
because only 2 of the characters have taken 6 lots of damage. That's because they're being attacked by 2 players.
Okay.
this is
so
the
I
end of-
still have like
yeah,
5 or 6 rounds.
You're the bottom of the order, so this is the end of round 4. Bloody hell! Is that all it's taken?
Wow.
So I still have like 6 more rounds of spiritual weapon, so it would be coming with me as well.
Well, what you gonna do with it?
Hit him. Hit him a lot.
Well, so I do have sight of him, so I could swing at him with the spiritual hammer, right?
Yep.
Okay, so he's grappling. So it's basically his lower body is grappling around Eric.
Pretty much all of his body's swirling around Eric.
Bad touch.
I mean, it's
trying
not
to
as
think, it's like,
slimy
okay,
as you would have expected. It's
Probably
kind of
gonna wanna hit him
smooth,
more towards the upper body, or
kind of a
I'm gonna
latex feel.
cause a bit of damage to you.
Yeah, is it what kind of damage does it do?
It does force damage,
Force damage.
so it'd be like kind of like bludgeoning to a degree.
Is it like magical bludgeoning? Because that's a no-no.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what force is.
That's a big no-no. I have vulnerability to magical bludgeoning. Please do not touch me with that.
Well, that's why I'm figuring on like doing like the upper body type thing.
Do not. Yeah.
In fact, I'm going to redeem a roll d20. Anything
No.
above a 1, and he does magical force damage. to
No,
Eric.
you can't do that. That's for
Yes.
chat.
So you're almost thinking I should probably roll like a 20 here. Oh, you're safe, I guess. What was the threshold there?
Anything above a 1.
Okay. Oh, anything above a 1, really?
His AC's 15.
Whew, you're lucky. 17.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Was that a die 8 or a die 6?
Yeah, Sam's fine, but she's not going to be finished for hours yet.
That's sad.
Although, to be fair, if a tornado strike it's unlikely there's going to be anything anywhere near her. But if the building does get hit by a tornado, and she's at work, doesn't that like pay off double on the life insurance?
I would imagine.
Sure. Maybe.
If she's got a policy at work, yeah.
I've got to check to see if they've actually got a policy.
Well, I know for
Man!
my place, right, it does have death insurance. So I got 15 points damage.
15.
Yeah.
Okay. Still up? Barlow, you turn around, you've taken care of all 4 Yuntai Maisons in the room. Sorry, Malisons. And you've just seen the cleric go scurrying as much as he can in all his plate, but scurrying through the collapsed doorway into the other room where Mr. Pump's been.
And we're still, I'm still frozen to the floor.
You're still frozen to the floor. Opposed strength check to break free. Sorry, strength saving throw to break free.
Actually, I'm going to go, Dixie, grab my hand, cast dimension door behind the auntie.
Okay.
Boom.
So does he take the ice with him?
No, not quite.
I just,
Not
I
quite.
magically got my.
So-
I got my,
Bear in mind that you were kind of frozen to like a centimeter thick layer of ice on the floor of this room.
sure.
You grab Dixie's hand, and Dimension Door.
Mhm.
You're barefoot in the room, behind this Yuntai abomination,
Okay.
holding a rogue.
Who's also barefoot.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Where do you want to
I
go with
guess.
this?
Well, that was the whole. That was the moving. That was getting into the positioning so that she's right there, so she can stab him. When it
Oh,
comes
right.
to her
So
turn.
you're just assuming the position.
Yes, I'm assuming,
Uh,
and I'm not. I'm. I'm gonna back up 10 feet.
There's not really 10 feet to spare, but okay. Have you back up
Oh,
against
back
the
up
wall?
as far. Take a
Okay.
step back.
Mr. Pump, you are grappled. You've got the abomination kind of wrapped around you and squeezing and hugging you and calling you George. You notice there's a pup and
I will
The-
love him and
the
hug him
bard.
and call him George.
the bard and the rogue appear in the corner of the room. You're also conscious that there's some clanking and scraping of sheet metal. And you're aware that the cleric has crawled his way in through the semi-demolished door. The gang's all here.
Very good. Did it?
Well, it also, you'd notice that it would light up the room a bit too, because the axe gives off light.
Right. Well, yeah. I rolled a 15 plus a 9.
Yep, it's great.
Saving throw.
Free.
Okay.
The constrictor's only a DC 4.
Okay. I don't think I can really do anything else unless.
Okay, I think the coffee's calling, so I'll be right back.
All right. No. I mean, I could frenzy, but I don't want to. So.
Bun Bun takes another Eldritch Blast. He's happy with one. You can hear the stone. Okay. The rogue steps through the little portal. The bard is barefoot. The Yuntai abomination is engaged. So 2 attacks from behind. Oh, no.
Like
25
let
and a
it-
21. 17.
Hmm.
12.
9.
7. 27 points of damage. And sneak attack. For an extra 7 points of damage. Wow. Okay. Rogue's done more damage so far than Mr. Pump has.
All right. Do we need to point that out? Is that really necessary?
Shit, I probably done more damage than Mr. Pump has.
Okay. All right. Let's
What'd
just
I miss?
everybody just calm down. Okay.
Eric's regretting the lack of icing. There's a frosting
Yeah,
deficiency.
how much damage did she do? Is he dead?
No, he's still up. But she did 38 damage on those two attacks.
Congratulations. All right. Yeah.
Okay, Yuntai's turn. Mr. Pump, you are no longer grappled, is that correct?
That is correct.
See if it stays that.
Really hope so. This is why I haven't done any damage. He just keeps hugging me.
Highest one's a 20. Sounds like a no. So, 2 misses on the grapple. He's still swirling around you, though.
A 20, though. A 20 hits.
Oh, a 20 hits.
Yeah, I'm 17, so.
Oh, I thought you were a 21. That's Brian.
No, that's me.
Yeah.
I'm just a lowly 14.
Yeah, well, I'm hauling around some bulky plate.
Okay, that's 11 points of bludgeoning damage.
I only wearing leather
And
armor.
you are again grappled.
Is it really? There's no like saving throw against it. It's just automatic, as long as it hits.
As long as it hits, you've got to wait for your next turn to try and break free.
It's so annoying. I should have grappled him when I had the chance. I should have attacked. I should have used one attack to try and hit him, and the other attack to grapple.
That's what the cuddle stab bow.
Well, I punch him and then I grapple him. I punch him and then I hug him. You go for the punch and then I'm sorry. Let's hug it out.
Yeah. Come here. Come on, bring it in. Bring it in. Just work the belly, work the ribs, work the ribs. Right. That's it for the Yuntai. Brian.
Okay, I guess try and be. Or no. Oh, you're grappled again?
Yeah.
He is.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to be careful with the attack again. I just got a 13.
Again?
I got a 13.
13. That is going to be a miss.
Okay. And I guess I can be a little bit more precise with the axe, right?
Hmm.
So I can kind of swing it as back.
Yeah, you can swing at it. There's plenty of it available to swing at.
You have a feeling if you crit miss with the hammer, it would be a crit hit on me.
I got a 25.
25's a hit.
Okay. So oh wait, that's an 8 and a 4, isn't it? Oh no, it's an 8 and a 6. Cool. So 9 points damage and 2 points frost. Or cold.
Okay. You see the coils of the snake's body suddenly shudder and shiver and start to loosen. It's still alive, but it's not in good shape.
But it somehow still managed to grapple me.
Your DC to escape the grapple is going to be considerably.
But it's still gonna be action.
I mean, it's not just like letting you go.
No, but I feel like it should. I'm just bitter, okay?
Do you want to roll persuasion?
Persuasion.
I'll let you go.
It's a +0. What
He's
do I
gonna
have to
twerk,
lose?
twerk in front.
A 12.
You're gonna twerk the abomination.
Uh,
Okay. Yeah. That's the end of your go, Brian?
Yeah, that's the end of my go.
Okay. Mark.
Okay. Seeing this, move in and attack. 13 to hit.
That's a miss.
Okay. Second attack is a 19
19's a hit.
for 11 points of damage.
How do you want to do this?
Seeing comes up, jumps up on his back, takes the blade and just slices it around his throat.
Well done. Eric, you are lucky that didn't go another round. The next thing I was about to do cast Fear. Party.
which does.
Which is a wisdom saving throw, and you all run like buggery.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty well the only one that'd have advantage on that one.
Right, so the bard kind of slices and dices. The rest of the Yuntai's body just goes completely floppy as its head is severed. And somebody thinks, oh, I wonder if they really do taste like chicken. So,
Well,
combat.
I do have Sacred Flame. I could probably cook them.
I do have mindless rage, which doesn't allow me to be frightened while raging. Is that the same thing?
Yeah. Pretty much, I think.
So, ha. Not that it matters, but it might have.
So, hang on. Let's see. So, you project a phantasmal image of a creature's worst fear. Every creature in a 30-foot cone must succeed a wisdom saving or drop whatever it's holding. Frightened. In the case of Mr. Pump, it's going to be a hammer and chisel, isn't it?
A magical hammer and chisel.
Or just this giant wrecking ball on a chain that just comes Miley Cyrusing its way through the room. With just the bun just hanging onto it.
Okay.
You know, when I first heard that song, it sounded like she was saying rainbow instead of wrecking ball.
I could see that. I mean, I could hear how you could.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
It's because of her accent.
That's just a completely different song now.
Yeah.
I'm just going through. It's like, yeah. I mean, it'll be inclusive, but it'll be a very different song.
Yeah, big time.
Right. You've got some bodies. You've got no other activity that you are aware of in the temple.
I would like to reach out to the golems that I heard before.
Something is coming back, but it's, again, very, very faint and very far away.
Okay.
I would like to search this room.
I'm almost thinking it would probably be a little ironic if the idol was actually a golem, so he would, in a sense, be freeing another golem.
That's what I'm hoping for.
You want the buddy.
I want a little
What,
sentient
a mini me?
golem idol.
Okay, Marlo, give me investigation roll.
Jeez, 7.
Plus.
No, that's it. 7 combined
Okay.
total.
Okay.
Oh,
I don't find shit.
Oh, no, you find lots of snake shit. Don't find anything valuable.
there's snakes on the ground.
Oh, look, snake, blood. Ooh. On a
Why'd you
7,
have
you
to
don't
be
even
snake?
find your boots.
Right. Well, they're not in this room. I know that.
Exactly. You failed
No,
to find your
you
boots in
forgot.
this room.
You forgot that your boots were in the other room.
Okay, who else is having a go?
I'll go
I think
for
the
it.
rogue should.
I mean, I'm looking around for like golem stuff. I feel like. Oh wow! Rolled a 19 minus 3. Yes, 17.
Okay. Give me a percentile.
One. 46.
Okay, scraping away sand and the rocks and bits of crap that's kind of built up in this room. You digging under bits of rotted leather and may have been clothing from other victim sacrifices. You managed to find quite a large amount of gold pieces. 800 gold in total.
Not bad.
One rotted out leather sack with a couple of hundred in, and a small wooden chest that had been shoved in the corner because its gold is of no interest to the Yuntai. This was just kind of like where they shoved all the leftover bits.
Mm.
This is like a temple's lost and found. Okay, Rogue's gonna have a go. Oh, Rogue does well. Let's see, percentage. That's not so good. Who's recording the cache?
That's usually Sam that does that.
Okay, somebody make a note then that the rogue finds 900 silver pieces.
So 800 gold, 900 silver pieces.
Right, yep.
Right, there was only one way into this room and then one way out. Brian managed to crawl through to get into the space. Marlo, you teleported in.
Yeah, I used my last slot to do that.
Oh. Could I move some rocks?
Yeah, it's not going to take you long.
Yeah. Just to make it easier for everybody else.
So it's just all a bit of a muchness. I lost my place with it. What the hell did that take? I opened the book and immediately came to the treasure table. Now I can't find it again.
That's just the way things go.
Right. That was an individual challenge, though. Right. Okay, nothing else in this room. If you head back through to the main room that you were in, where you were fighting Malisons, you've got 3 sets of steps in front of you leading up to a platform, which is where they were standing initially. There is a space behind that platform that you can't see. There's also a room forward and to the left, a tunnel, a little corridor going through there. And on your right, there's a doorway, well, 2 doorways, one directly opposite you and one forward right.
So this is almost the same layout as the Lich's chamber.
So, yeah, the Lich had that long section, but the dais and the throne at the top. But he had one treasure room behind him. Then there was a long corridor that kind of skirted round.
First thing I'm going to do is grab my boots.
Investigation roll?
18.
Okay. Yeah. You managed to find your boots.
I was waiting for a 1.
Oh,
You-
I hate that.
You
I
step
can't
on
find
them.
them. Where are they?
You step on them, they're destroyed.
Hey, it can't be any worse than my one character that rolls a 1 on his first saving throw and heads himself into a spike pit.
So,
No.
you've got 3 doorways to investigate and 1 possible corridor at the back of the main room.
Yeah, so it was up and to the left was the corridor, right?
Got
Forward
1 up to the left. Definitely something straight ahead, up and straight ahead, and 2 to the right.
2 to the right.
Now-
Okay.
Earlier, didn't you say there was a red glow from behind one of the from behind the dais?
Yeah, so the one up and straight ahead, there was a red glow coming from that room, and that's where the 2 Malisons were guarding that, and then 2 more appeared from that direction where the red glow was coming.
I feel like the red glow is important, but maybe we want to look at the other 2 rooms because I feel like they might be
Red
less
Bull is
important.
Evil.
Well, but if there are
Sure.
2 guards in front of it, and then Marlowe heard about the idol, that's just I'm making a lot of assumptions. So
I am
Connecting
going
a
to
lot of
cast.
dots.
And you know what happens when you make assumptions?
makes an ass out of you and me.
No, it makes an ass out of you and umption.
All right. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, so you're going up and left?
Yeah. Why not?
I just casted my 5th level healing cure wounds on myself to give myself some healing.
Oh yeah. Could I get a little something from somebody?
Here, you want a potion?
Yes, please.
I'm gonna. I can. I'll do it. That'll be nice.
How much does a potion give me?
Add 19 to whatever that potion get. You can take 19.
But no, it's only half.
Okay, so half of what? So that would be 9.
Yeah.
So magical healing does work on Mr. Pump, but he only takes half healing.
Yeah.
Okay, so take back 9 from that spell.
What does the potion do? It does 2d8, doesn't it, or something like that?
It depends which one he uses. It's normally 2d4 for the lowest level one. Your ones, on the other hand, Brian, yours are slightly more powerful, but you're getting them from your special bathroom,
Yeah.
like the executive washroom.
Where the heck did I write that down? Thought I had the potions written down somewhere. I bet you I wrote it down on a piece of paper. Because all I got in my notes here is just showing that the healing one's red. You got swirling gray as a flying potion. And then blue one, I have a question mark beside that. But I remember like I had a listing. There was like 8 different potions or something like that.
Mm-hmm. And I bloody didn't write it down. So you're going to have to go back and watch that episode. Getting the views in. Okay, so while you're doing that, who's going exploring?
I'll be going.
I think the rogue's going to be joining you.
Yeah, I'll be doing it too. Why not?
Okay, so rogue on a 25 for an investigation. Is what was our challenge rating?
We should have told them we were here for the tour.
A 3-hour tour.
I tried to tell them we were lost.
Okay, can somebody write this down for the rogue? Ooh. Interesting. The rogue uncovers 5 items of an artistic nature, worth 2,500 gold pieces each.
Wow.
So, 12,500 gold pieces of art. Odd thing, temple. Might just be kind of rudely carved. Who else?
I got a 13.
13.
All right. I needed to roll for that.
You find. Oh, bloody hell. You find a small. Well, actually, not going to be pretty small. A medium-sized banded iron chest containing assorted gemstones. Worth 16,000 gold.
Damn. I only rolled a 7. Oh, it was a 10, but it was -3. So I'm guessing I don't find anything.
You find 7 more carved artistic figurines. You can't tell what they're made of. They're covered in so much crap. But just to keep things simple, whatever 7 times 750.
5,250.
That's what my calculator says.
Nice.
At the moment, you're just kind of busy playing. Oh no, I don't want to go out tonight. Oh yes, you do. You said you wanted to go to the. Oh, you put. No, but you said you were hungry. No, you don't. I wasn't hungry. Well, why are you trying to steal my fries anyway, bitch? Why you just didn't order some of your own fries? Why are you going to steal mine? You said you were not. No, you don't talk to me like
that. Mark, were you taking the notes down for this money?
Yeah. Now, what was
Okay.
I? You got 7. I got 7 times 750 gold, but I didn't know what's that.
5250.
Oh, I found it. It was under my equipment listing. So the greater healing potion does
Yeah.
4 day 4.
4
Mhm.
die 4. So plus 9 is what we decided, right?
I really shouldn't do. Wreck the sensor of my.
Probably.
Shouldn't play around with laser pointers when you point them at the CCD sensors.
14. Oh, I'm still under half, but it feels like a better number at least.
Considering what your max is.
Well, if you want, like I can give you all 3, so I can pull. Or is it 3 or is it 4?
4.
Yeah, so I can give you like all 4.
I mean, yeah,
So
I'll take it.
you know when
As long as I give I'm making sure to give
Yeah,
the
you need to give the
vials
containers
back. Yeah.
Yeah, so as long as you put the empty bottles back, they will refill. You've never taken 4 off at once, though. You don't know how long it's going to take to refill those 4.
Yeah.
I thought it took like 24 hours.
That was 1. You only ever taken
Uh-huh.
1 at a time.
Okay, let's just do. Well, you got 14 from
Nah,
that.
suck it up, Pump. You're only having the 1.
I'll give him a
just do,
second one.
yeah, just do one more.
It's just a sandstone wound. You're fine.
Oh, gross. I only got 5 out of that,
Oh, I hate when that happens.
which means that's 2.
Don't we all hate the fact that Mr. Pump is slowly turning more?
I don't know, I'm still annoyed that these healing potions give me half. I mean, I guess it's better than nothing.
But you don't have a cricket. You've got a bun bun.
I think a bun bun's better than a cricket.
Bun bun with
Yeah.
laser beams. Yeah.
At least it's not singing songs.
Maybe you can tap dance.
Hello, baby. Hello, honey.
Well, I was thinking it. All right. So was that the glowy red room that we just checked
No,
out?
that's the one to the left. The glowy red room is the one that's straight ahead.
Should we check out the rooms to the right?
You want to do those first?
What do you guys think?
Sure, might as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I feel like we should check it. We should leave the red room for last.
Yeah.
Let's go to the green room first.
Yeah.
Depends how long you want the session to run on for.
Can we peek into the rooms first?
You can have a peek. The one
That's
in the
what
back
road's there
right.
for.
So the one in the back right.
Yeah.
The 15-foot corridor that then goes around the corner.
Hmm.
One in the back middle, long, 40-foot corridor. Then again bends around the corner, and it looks like it's got a couple of doorways. At least one doorway that you can definitely see quite close to you.
So many places to go. Do we just want to go to the red room first?
Yeah, let's do we'll do the red room.
Red room. Red room.
Red rocket, red rocket.
Okay, you step up towards the staircase, climb up to the first stairs, and you see that it's kind of like a curved archway that's been carved directly into the stone. As you step through, it narrows down significantly. Very short little 10-foot corridor. It's been carved out of the stone. And it opens up into a very small 5-foot by 5-foot space. The space has been, albeit 5-foot by 5-foot, is a natural space. So this hasn't been carved out of the rock. This still has stalactites and stalagmites kind of creeping up and hanging down. Almost like a very small little miniature cavern. It's been connected to the rest of the temples. And this whole temple has been carved out of solid rock. This small little, for want of a better term, altar room. In the center, there is one huge stalagmite that's coming up out of the floor. The top has been sheared off, and it's been hollowed out to create a little pool. You can see where liquid has been dripping into the pool. Sitting behind the stalagmite, just kind of propped up against it, are two giant red rubies.
Hmm.
And when I say giant, I'm talking about if you were to sandwich them together, you'd have a basketball.
So they're bigger than your fist.
They're about the
They-
size of Mr. Pump's fist.
Do they resemble golem eyes by any chance? I'm just imagining that there's a giant golem somewhere. Are they? Anybody have detect magic?
Yeah.
Feels like giant rubies. I don't know.
So you're asking me if I sense anything from them?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll cast Detect Magic. And kind of focus in the area of the rubies.
There is a strong magical field around both of these, and it's life magic.
Life
Ooh.
magic.
That's my domain.
Hmm.
However, I do not have Identify.
Life.
I do.
magic.
Do I have? Yes, I do. Would you like me to cast it?
Why not?
Well, like
Okay.
I tell you they're magical, like I can sense the magic.
I mean, if you think that we could get any more information out of it by using identify, then go for it.
Because the closest that I have is Legend Lore, but I already used my level 5 spell to do the healing.
Uh,
See, that's a pity, because you would need both to
Mm.
really understand what these...
Well, is it secure enough in here to where we could rest?
There's still parts of this that you haven't explored, the two rooms that lead out to the right.
Well, we could do like a memo for here, so like we could come back here later, right?
But, I mean, yeah,
Or we could take them with us.
Because I got to take a long rest in order for me to get my spells back.
hmm.
And choose
Same.
the Legend Lore.
So, is Marla going to be casting Identify?
Yes, I do. I can cast her Identify right now.
Let me see what the exact wordage is. You'll understand if I decide to. I like how that works.
If I decide
Eyes of the mountain.
the eyes of the mountain. I'm gonna go get something to drink. I'll be right back.
Okay.
So, choose an object. You must touch throughout casting a spell. Magic item or other magic can be an object. You learn its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement, and how many charges it has. Okay. Let's go back through my notes.
So I'm thinking probably only gonna get like half a description at this. The legend lore kind of flushes it out.
Wrote this down somewhere. I'm trying. No, this is something that's going to tie into the game later. But I need to find exactly what I called it. Oh, it's not that one. No, that's the next chapter. That's the next chapter. That's the next chapter. Ah, right. Okay. Marlowe is able to decipher the following. These are known as the Eyes of Mukut Rai. Mukut Rai.
Okay.
Now, nobody on this side of the disc worships that god, one of the very, very ancient gods, and you are not surprised that you are finding them here amongst Yuntai. The last that you knew of Mukut Rai, his worshippers were focused more around Muntab, which is considerably Widdershins, considerably east of where you are. So you're in the desert region in the southern part of the disc, i.e. Brimwood. You're going to be, there's a huge mountain range if you were going to, and Withershins is counter turn, and then after that mountain range is mostly dense rainforest and jungle, and that's rumored where most of these Yuntai originated. Mukut Rai was one of their deities. What did you get on your roll?
I was.
Oh, so, can you roll? Can you give me a history roll as well?
Okay. 30-20.
Dirty 20. The only other thing that you know about Mukut Rai, and this is coming from like a little tune you heard from God knows when, almost like a children's nursery rhyme. But it wasn't a nice nursery rhyme. This was quite a scary one. This talked about the 7 devils of Mukut Rai.
Okay.
Now, the way the children would sing it, and this has been translated through several different languages, so a lot of the nuance would. But they would sing it almost like a pyramid. The first devil would come to you on the first floor. The second, if you survived, then go up and meet the second devil. And you'd work your way up the pyramid, kind of like 99 bottles on a wall.
Oh, it's not like Freddy Krueger?
But yes, these are the eyes of Mukut Rai. This is a deity that the Yuntai, or at least these snake beings, are connected to. There are many. And something about a nursery rhyme involving the 7 devils.
Does he
Okay.
mention this?
Yes, I will relay this.
Because I could theoretically do like a religion check to see if
We-
it's anything that.
We could also go to the library place.
That's true.
So, this is the region of Muntab, which is we're on chapter 6 of the game at the moment. Depending on where you go, as far as your options are, Muntab would be about chapter 9 of the game.
So it's a little early to be going there. Yeah.
It'll be a
I
long
guess
flight.
I didn't get much more information because I got like a dirty 20 as well. But I don't know if the religion will give more details or not.
The details, Mukut Rai was one of the earliest pashas of Muntab. The Muntab region had been almost predominantly dense jungles. Think central and southern India. Not quite kind of Nepalese, Afghanistan border, but just central and southern India. Deep, dense jungle, rainforest, monsoon kind of conditions. There are lots of kind of lost and hidden tribes that have existed in those jungles that have never seen civilization before. Jungles so dense that you could be walking in circles for days and not really.
So is he before Offler's time?
Considerably. This is one of the ancient gods. So in Discworld timeline, going back before the Dragon War. So more than 1,000 years ago.
So 1,000 years BO.
You guys need some soap.
I couldn't resist. I'm just thinking in my head here. It's like before Christ. Like
So
before
the Pash
BO
of
kind of fun.
the Pash of Muntab at the time had certain predilections towards channeling energies towards the gods. He was obsessed with collecting creatures, or summoning creatures to do his bidding. And the 7 devils of Mukut Rai are 7 demons that he collected from other dimensions, captured and imprisoned. They were held in a ziggurat, and they were treated as trials. Yeah, as the Pash, he could pretty much do whatever he wanted, but he took particular pleasure in sending suitors for his daughters through these trials. No suitor made it beyond the 3rd.
Kind of reminiscent of Perseus and the Minotaur.
Or Hercules and his trials.
Yeah, that's true.
Somewhere in the jungles of Muntab is a giant pyramid housing 7 devils. Within that, there are also legends and prophecies, stories of other items of great power. But you currently have the eyes of Mukut Rai.
And do we know what they do?
No.
Okay.
That's what we needed the legend lore
Yeah.
for.
So what did we say about going to the what's the name of the big library place? I'm drawing a blank.
Yorick Alchem.
Yes, thank you.
Or the oral
it's-
curriculum if you're a bit drunk. You're not going to forget it now.
So we can teleport there, right?
Yep, you've got your rings.
So you guys have rings. I don't.
We use our rings to get
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. So, I mean, should we just go there and ask about the eyes of Mukad Rai?
All stand in a circle and hold hands.
Do we want to take them with us?
I mean, I suppose we could.
Well, just as long as they don't have an extra dimensional power.
Yeah.
You know, like kind of putting a portable hole in a bag of holding.
Do you have a Brian? Do you have your imp that takes pictures?
Yeah.
And just have him draw up a picture. That way, like we don't have to take them with us just in case.
Okay. So we have an image of.
So we have so we have an image of them that we can show to the guy in
Okay,
charge.
so I'll get far enough back so that I can get like both of them in view,
Yeah.
and then take a picture.
Okay, for the sake of brevity, then, just to move it along, because I don't want to drag the episode out. You teleport back to the Orichalcum. The librarian spends a fair amount of time digging through some of the older shelves. Now, remember, this library was built 1,000 years ago, and Mukrai predates even this. So he is able to find some information. The information he finds reinforces what you already know about the Seven Devils. That these 7 demons were pulled in from other planes or other dimensions, collected by this crazed sultan, and he prisoned them within this temple, this pyramid. He used it as sport, used it as a trial. He used it at basically every opportunity he would throw someone in there just to see what would. This was his entertainment.
So he's a little sadistic.
A little.
the details of the demons themselves, you can't find much information. There is an account of someone called the Pied Piper, but the details of that are mostly.
Sounds right up Marlowe's alley there.
There are.
True.
There is some details about some disciples of a god in darkness. But that seems like a very poor translation. There is a reference to the King of Feathers.
King of Feathers.
So a feathered crown, like maybe Bahamut? It's like, how long has he been around?
And there's something about a room of many rooms.
Of many rooms.
That doesn't sound promising.
No.
But again,
No.
this is information that's could be 2,000 years old and translated through several different languages. And these are fragments of account.
Yeah.
Also, in the inside the pyramid, the librarian kind of pauses and raises an eyebrow. Well, Jack, it would seem that this prophecy thing that you're looking,
Yeah.
Hmm.
and you found some of that information in Pharaoh Rocher's. It looks like the dragon may have decorated.
How so?
So he was around at that point in time.
Appears that another part of your prophecy may be connected to this temple.
Hmm.
It also appears that the eyes of Mukrai might be some form of window, or translation is very poor.
Oh,
So it's almost like these might have to be put in some sockets to access something.
potentially. Can see something with them since their eyes.
Or bring something to life.
Also a potentiality.
Boy, they'd make a fabulous proposal, Dan. This poor maiden with half a watermelon balanced on her finger. Oh, look how it catches the my eyes. Actually, it's funny. It's actually funnier when I delivered. Dale and Kirsty's wedding was Monday. Obviously, I've been a little busy the last 2 years sorting out all the family stuff, so I've been a bit delayed baking the engagement ring. I finished that a couple of weeks back, and the week before last, I went down to London to deliver it. Just to hand it over to Dale because the wedding's in 2 weeks, so at least want to get the engagement ring over and done with.
Right.
But there was actually one of the hotter days in London, and we were sitting in a beer garden in a pub right in the city centre. And I was saying, right, okay, look, I've got a really good diamond for this ring. So look, you can have. He's opened the box and he's having a look at it in under like the lights in the pub, and then we went outside and we're kind of in the beer garden. He's looking at it. Mate, if you're going to look at the diamond, just take it into the direct sunlight. Got to see it in real direct sunlight. And he's like, fuck it, and blinded himself. Because you opened the box, stared at it. It's like, for the next 15 minutes, he had like a big black spot in his vision. Because he literally almost blinded himself looking at this diamond in direct sunlight.
Sensory overload.
Oh, I got a really good stone. Got a really good stone for him on that ring. Yeah, I've honestly, people joke about opening a diamond in the dark. Go, oh, that's kind of bright. No, you've got no idea until some idiot does it in front of you.
Well, there's so many facets on it too. It's like you just gotta hit one
This
beam of
was
light and it goes everywhere.
30-pointer D-color the VS1, and the cut on this was very, very good. I'm no diamond cutter. I couldn't tell you. I can tell you what a bad cut stone and a good cut stone looks like by the amount of light that it kind of bounces around, and this thing was damn good. Because this thing was like a laser collimator. It was collecting so much light. And the mounting that I used was a very open mount, so there was light coming in sides. But he must have had just a ray of sunshine over his shoulder, as that just bounced that bitch straight back into his retina. And he literally had a black spot for the next 15 minutes on his eyes. It was like, I can't see it. Somebody give me my pint. Right. So, you have the Eyes of Mukut Rai. You have a little bit of backstory about the seven devils of Mukut Rai.
And this isn't another like the tomb of the 7 Ks or whatever it was. Keys. I can't remember.
7Ks, yeah, the 7 carats.
Yeah. It's not another one of those where like we think it's one thing and it turns out to be another thing.
Honestly, it's my game. Of course it is.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But I'm going to tell you for one, it's not going to be a little tier of 7 little angel cakes. That's definitely not
Aw.
what it's going to be.
Why not?
So, another pyramid, somewhere on the other side of the continent, in dense jungle. The Pash of Muntab at the time, Mukut Rai himself, collected these 7 devils, imprisoned them in the pyramid for his entertainment. And
Yeah, and you said
these...
it's to the east, right?
Again?
You said it's to the east?
Yes.
So
And
it's going in the right direction. So we'll
these
get there
rubies... Okay, actually, yeah, let me bring up the map.
I mean, we have a magic golden falcon now, so.
eventually.
Oh, aren't we cocky?
I don't know how to fly it really. I do. My character does technically, but I still need to go back and watch that episode and take notes about how to fly the thing.
Mhm.
Okay, so if you will avert your eyes to stream, this is the political map. That was Ankh-Morpork in the center. You
Yeah, I
crashed
got about a 5-second delay.
here. You went
I
through.
love how I have an ad. Just came off one ad, threw another one up on me.
Okay, oh wait.
Well, I can kind of see it in the corner, but it's still like.
Okay, so you crashed in Clutch, which is this southern part of the continent here. You worked your way through to sort through Djeli Baby and through Ephebes.
Mm.
So at the moment, you're on the verge. Well, you're kind of just on the edge of Ephebes. Ephebe being ancient Greece, Djel being ancient Egypt. This is the region you're currently in. Now Muntab is over here. So between the Ephebes and Muntab, you've got a huge mountain range. So very much like think northern India, think Nepal, lower regions of the Urals in Russia. You've got a huge mountain range that divides the continent. So here is mostly desert. Here is mostly dense jungle. And this is where you're going. This is your final destination.
So the purple one?
Now the very, very last little spot there on that series of islands.
The purple one is Muntab, though. That big.
Yeah. So Muntab
Yeah.
is where Mukut Rai.
So it's about halfway the distance on where we're going.
I don't know. Given how long it's taken you to get where you are.
Should be there by next year.
Yeah, you started here, you went down here, you went here, you went here, you went here, you battled some pirates, you got to about here and got into something to do with, what was it? Oh yeah, a kraken. You crashed here, you crossed the desert with slaves to here, you went to the Sortian Empire where you freed all the golems, crossed into Djel where you met King Tepikhaimon the First, aka Pharaoh Rocher, and now you're at the very southern tip of Djel. Okay.
King Tepikhaimon the First. Something of the sun. Shared as the bark of the sun.
Steersman of the bark of the sun.
Yeah.
I've got it all written down. Do you want me to go back?
Yeah.
Oh, the dragon. Oh, yep. Squiggle, eagle, squiggle, squiggle, eagle, eagle, vase, wavy line, duck. So, King Tepicommon the First, Lord of the Heavens, Charioteer of the Sun, Steersman of the Bark of the Sun, Guardian of the Secret Knowledge, Lord of the Horizon, Keeper of the Way, the Flail of Mercy, the Highborn One, the Never-Dying King. Bids you welcome and commands you to take wine with So, yes, we had Squiggle, Constipated Eagle, Wiggly Line, Hippo's Bottom, Squiggle, Squiggle, Eagle, Eagle, Vase or Vase, Wavy Line, Duck, and Skinny Eagle, Eye, Wiggly Line, Man with Stick, Bird Sitting, Wiggly Line.
What was that from?
Those were the hieroglyphs inside the tomb.
Oh, right.
Because, of course, Google can read them. What does he mean? I haven't got the foggiest.
Oh, man.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, so that's about as much information as you can find out about the Eyes of Mukut Rai.
Yeah.
Not quite artifact level, but definitely interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Are you going to go back and take them?
Next question
I
is
know-
going to be: are they cursed?
Right.
Well, I've kind of got a whole chapter of the game written around the concept. So think of these as Chekhov's gemstones.
I have.
Will it take us to a nuclear vessel?
That was actually on the TV the other night while I was in the hotel.
I have a feeling that we will need them.
Oh, I'm
To
pretty
get
sure we're going to need them.
Temple. Yeah,
So-
but yeah, we're gonna take them.
Should I throw them in my pouch?
Maybe
I'm a
maybe
little
more like
leery on doing that. I don't
place
know if they're
gently.
extra-dimensional or not. I'd
Uh,
almost think that they might be extra dimensional the way that Omar is giggling.
Or he's just being a red herring.
I'm allergic to
You
fish.
you throw them in your pouch, everything disappears.
Including the pouch.
The pouch turns inside out.
Well, maybe the gems absorb everything.
Did I say what happens if I did say originally what happens if you turn a bag of holding inside out?
It doesn't create like a black hole or
Yeah,
something like that.
it creates a
Yeah.
singularity, and whatever was the infinite storage of the bag turned inside out sucks everything into the bag.
Yeah.
So you create a singularity in a wormhole.
Well, it's the same thing when you put like an extra dimensional device inside another extra dimensional device.
Yeah, if you put your bag of holding inside your budgie smugglers of holding.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Bag of holding inside of a portable hole. Yeah, you're gonna.
Did I tell you what happens if you put the two halves of the gemstones together?
No.
No. You
Well-
just said that when you put them together, they're about the size of a basketball.
Yeah, so
I
you've
didn't-
got two.
I didn't-
You've got a pair of rubies
Yeah.
that together would be about the size of a large watermelon.
Hmm.
So just a pair of rubies.
Are they? What do they look like? Are they like? Do they look like they're two halves of a whole?
They've been facet cut,
Okay.
so they are both basically what would be called oval cut. So where you imagine like a normal brilliant cut diamond, the brilliant cut is where you've got the flat table, the girdle, skirt, and that's cut for 44 separate facets, so that the facets are geometrically opposed to bounce the light around and then blind the tit that's looking at it in the daylight.
Right.
So rather than a prism which will bounce light and then split it into its
Yeah.
wavelength, this is all about concentrating light and bouncing as much light back, or collecting light from all different angles and then focusing it like a lens.
Okay.
So this is more of a large oval-shaped gemstone. So we're talking at least, 18 inches across. Flat on one side with the shoulders cut, and then shaped on the other side. Now, rubies aren't cut for, it's only diamonds that are cut for maximum light reflection. Most other gemstones are cut to give them a pleasing shape and retain as much of the stone as possible. Because they're coloured, you're already not going to get maximum light bounce. What you want to just do is you maintain as much of the stone as you can. So the back of the stone, which would normally be in the setting, could be a complete, like, bulbous semicircular shape that just, like, facets to even it up so that it looks symmetrical. But there's no specific shape or design that you would cut. You can get brilliant cut sapphires and rubies, trillion cut, which are the triangle ones, where they go down to a point. But that's normally wasting quite a bit of material. If you've got something the size of a watermelon, then you want to keep as much of the stone there as possible. Cut away the crap, but keep as much of the bulk of the gemstone there as possible. Because you're not worried about perfect reflection. You just want size.
Aren't rubies usually a square cut though?
No, they could be any shape.
Yeah, because they're from volcanic conditions, right?
They come out as a lump of corundum. What shape you cut them depends on the shape that they started, depends on where the flaws are. That's the skill of the stone cutter. So they could be square, they could be triangular, they could be heart-shaped, they could be anything. It depends how much wastage you want. So depending on what you've got, if you've got something that's almost a cube, then you could get two square pyramid shape stones out of it. But if there's a flaw on one side and there isn't on the other, then maybe you get a large brilliant cut and a smaller trillion cut. It's all about working around whatever the flaws are in the stone.
Yeah.
If you want gemstone shapes, I've got a reference card somewhere. It's probably in the workshop. That shows you all the different shapes and styles of cut. There's at least 20. I know off the top of my from ovals to square to flat cushion to brilliant cut, variations of the brilliant, trillion cuts. Because my Damascus ring. Oh yeah, somebody drink. I said Damascus on stream. My Damascus ring has got a trillion cut Salon sapphire in it, which is basically a triangular-based pyramid cut. And Salon sapphires are the clearest blue. They're almost transparent. They're almost diamond-like. But just a hint of blue. They're so light. So you've got, basically, imagine a watermelon that's been sliced in half, and they're two ruby, without all the green stuff. Or the seeds.
So you just gotta encase them in emeralds.
Yeah. With some onyx inside. So we haven't tried to pick them up yet, right?
Not yet.
Apparently not.
All right, let's at least start there. Just pick them up.
Okay, Rogue's going to
see
search
if
for
it-
traps. Rogues do. 23. She can find no traps.
All right, so we don't need like giant watermelon-sized bags of sand.
Well, that is true because the new Indiana Jones movies are.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
Indiana Jones and the contractually obligated fifth movie.
so who wants to pick one up? Should I do it?
I'll pick one up.
Okay, you pick up the first one. It's heavy. It's like 20 pounds heavy. Like 10
Oh,
kilos. Nothing happens, it's just really freaking heavy.
Here you go. You can carry this.
All right. I'll take that one and I'll pick up the other one.
Mr. Pump picks up as if there's nothing there. You kind of sit it on the back of your hand and it actually looks like a really big engagement.
All of a sudden, Mr. Pump is just daydreaming for some reason about things he doesn't really understand. But
Is that holding these two rubies? Like?
Yeah.
He's got to bore out a couple of spots there and stick them on.
This looks like my butt.
You'd have rosy red cheeks.
I have to paint that onto the model, you know.
Yeah, I know. So if I were to take the two and put them together, nothing happens?
Are you going to?
Do you want to do that, or you want to wait until I do the legend lore?
I mean, let's be honest here. Mr. Pump wouldn't even be thinking about it. He'd probably just be like, well, I need one hand free, and like put one into the other.
That's something Sam would do. What happens when this does?
Yeah, but Mr. Pump wouldn't even be thinking about what happens when I do this. It's just convenience.
You wouldn't be thinking about what happens if I hadn't mentioned it earlier.
It's just like Sam.
I mean, yes, but like,
so right on her finger.
When you're talking about like leaving a little trail of breadcrumbs for you guys to follow,
yeah, sure, but I mean, I don't feel like it's too late for me to think of words.
Counterproductive?
No, not counterproductive. Like it's not strange for me to think that like I have two rubies. I'm not going to walk around with one ruby in each hand if I can carry them in the same hand.
You put them in the bag of holding.
I mean, yes, that is what we would do, but Brian is.
I mean, one of them. If one of them falls and like, I mean, the donkey's already dead. The donkey's been dead for 23 episodes. So you don't have to worry about dropping two 10-kilo rubies onto his head.
The question then is, holding them doesn't create a problem. We've established that.
No, they're just two giant, half watermelon-sized rubies.
So the question then is,
how the fuck do you carve these into slippers?
Brian is skeptical about
what size feet are Mr. Pump's.
Brian is skeptical about putting them in the bag of holding, right?
I'm 108
Well, Sam's got the bag of holding.
Well,
Mine's
yeah.
just a little pouch.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if it would expand wide enough for me to fit one of them in there.
But I assume you would have the same concerns about the bag of holding.
Well, yeah, because like
my concern is watching Brian trying to stuff one of those rubies into his bag of holdings. You're like watching a porno movie.
So
one of the weird European ones.
I feel like if we did decide to put them in to one of the bags, would we have the presence of mind to think to separate them? And I don't think that we would. I don't think Mr. Pump would. That's for sure.
Well, I could always do an insight roll
True.
to see if it could possibly be bad to put them together right now, since we don't know what they do.
See, I mean, yeah, you can go for that.
It's kind of rough. I got a 16. Let's hope the threshold is 15.
Oh, that's a 16.
So you putting both rubies into the bag? Or are you squishing them together and then putting them in the bag?
How large is the bag of holding? Like the opening of it?
It'll expand to take it whatever you try and put it.
Okay.
Like a Russian porn star's butthole.
I am trying to imagine holding the 2 rubies. We're going to put them in the bag of holding.
Mm-hmm.
I have the rubies here. Oh God, there's a table very close to me. I have the rubies here, and
So
I
you
put
give them
them.
to Sam then?
I put them in, or yeah, I guess I could give them to Sam, but I
Well, Sam has the bag of holding. I just have the
right.
potion bag.
But I feel like I don't know. In my mind, she would open the bag, and I would put them in because they are heavy. So
Yeah, there is that.
so here,
I can't remember what Sam's strength is.
there
I
is
know
a
I
good
have no
chance.
problem because I got
There's a
18.
good chance they would touch when I do that. I'm gonna let that be a DM decision.
Nothing happens.
Okay.
Not a fucking thing.
He was just playing.
Tiptoeing around for no reason whatsoever.
You know how I've
Except
told you
that it-
guys in the past that I have an interest in neurolinguistic programming, and that I cognitive psychology is part of my job. So neurolinguistic programming being used for teaching to implant little ideas into people's heads all the way through a training course, so they come to the conclusion themselves rather than me just telling them, because it sticks in the head better if they think they've created this concept themselves rather than me just writing up on a chart. This is exactly how I do it. It took you 3 times fucking longer. I just
You
leave little
overanalyze.
clues. Sometimes the clues are so subtle you don't see them. You've missed so many of them over the course of 26 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
Of everything I've got written down, this is my D&D notebook. Yeah, it's an old file, it's A5 file of fact. Thing's full. Of everything I've got written down, you've seen less than a quarter of it. You're always failing the perception rolls, or your passive perception's too low, or you just didn't turn right and you went left.
Failing perception rolls as if it's a choice or something. Yeah, you know what? I don't feel like perceiving anything.
Well, you know, that's the problem. The dice tell the story.
What did you get?
Got a 10, and my perception is -2, so I really didn't.
So you, Mr. Pump puts both rubies into the bag of holding. The mouth of the bag expands to fit them and then closes up behind them.
Yep.
Can somebody write down that you've got the eyes of Mukut Rai?
You hear
I'm
a
sure Mark's got that
squelch.
covered.
You hear a squelch as the rubies fall onto the dead donkey.
Well, no, the donkey's a skeleton.
Oh
No,
yeah.
you hear nothing. There's no air in
Rotted
there.
away.
All right.
And then remember, in space, no one can hear you squelch.
Oh wow, I've actually gone through half my charge. It gave me an estimate of 4 hours, and now I got 2 hours left on my headset.
So, substantial amount of gold,
Mm.
a watermelon-sized, no, sorry, 2 half watermelon-sized rubies that may or may not have come from the same stone.
A bunch of artwork, bunch of gems.
No, it's object art.
Some little figurines that are still having a domestic about ordering French fries.
Yeah, it's weird actually, speaking of figurines, because I just bought one a little while ago. And the stupid things now are like models. You got to put the damn thing together.
Mm-hmm.
So it just kind of caught my attention when I saw it. Because, well, you know, I'm kind of a Drizzt fan for Dark Elves, so it's a Drider.
Yeah, that's way too
Nice.
complicated a casting for a single piece.
Oh, that's only half of it.
You're going back for the other half next month.
2 things. Some of the things are really small, but it's kind of neat with these kits because it has all the paint in there. All you need to do is get a paintbrush.
It's nice.
I was chatting with Matt actually the other day, when Sam was getting ready for work, and just about stuff that we're going to do next week there. And I know I'm going to spend at least half the day A, asleep, or B, waiting for Sam to finish, or just beating her at work and just bugging the shit out of
Be right back.
her. So I figured, well, why don't I take my model paints with me? Because, Brian, your figure and Sam's figure have arrived at Sam's.
Right.
So I'm going to pick those up and bring them back and paint them, and then and take them to Niagara with me. Or I could take my paints with me to Canada and just waste a couple of days just painting in a hotel room. And I'm thinking, okay, how much is it actually costing me per day to be there? And they became 3 of the most expensive fucking miniatures on the planet. So I'm going to paint them when I get back. Yeah. When it's not costing me $600 a day to paint a figure.
So are you going to go with like the classic coloring? Since it's like Egyptian style, you're going to do like the blue and gold?
Oh, no. The image, the render I showed you was from Hero Forge. I went for a custom that actually looks a little bit like you.
Right.
So no helmet. This is just a cleric, holding some magic spells, but the actual sculpt looks very much like you. Maybe if you had a bit more hair.
What are you trying to say?
So I think we should probably call it there.
Yeah.
Because just past 1 o'clock for me. And I've been on the road since 7 o'clock this morning. So yeah, it's been a long day.
I've been up since
Yeah, I don't
6:30,
think
and
Sam's
it's
gonna
2 in the
make it.
morning here.
It's like 10 after 8 right now.
I've not heard anything more from Sam, but she's probably she should have locked up by now.
Yeah, she's
Okay.
probably-
Right. Let me see who is about. As far as next session goes, next session I'm still going to be in Canada. Sam's going to be doing a Rock the Park thing, so there's no point us trying to do a game because she's going to miss that one. I also
I'll
don't
be
know whether I'm with
north.
my family or if I'm going to be with her for the day, and I've got no idea if I'm even going to be anywhere near where somewhere I can connect a computer, do a stream. So let's skip 2 weeks from now.
Yeah.
Which means next game will be on the 29th. Sorry, 28th. So Friday the 28th of July.
So would it be feasible for me to bring my computer with me, or figure just you do the setup with the cameras?
What for?
Well, for the SilverCon.
Well, I've got my laptop with me. You keep everything on D&D Beyond.
No, I it's PDF files on my computer.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, if you just
I
load,
can throw them onto a jump drive, so that's not a big deal.
yeah, then just do that, and just and just load them onto a tablet, and have them there with you. For SilverCon, okay, if we do, we're going to be doing it live no matter what. I don't know if I'm just going to record or if I'm going to be streaming. That depends on how good the Wi-Fi. So I'm going to have my laptop that's going to be running a so that Eric's going to be involved. I've got a second screen that I carry with me. It basically looks like a Surface, but just a dumb screen. So that everyone's going to be able to see Eric on the call.
Right.
That's also going to be doing OBS capture for all the cameras. So I've got two big SLR cameras shooting 4K. I've got a 360 8K camera, one of those Insta 360s, and that shoots in 8K. The plan is to have that in the center of the table, get everything, and then you can just scroll around and just pick video. I mean, it'll play the whole video at once, and you can just move your point of view around to catch whoever's talking, say, particularly. I don't know what the runtime on that camera is. I haven't had a chance to play around with it. So I don't think it's going to be able to run for like any more than about 15 minutes before the memory card. But that's there. So that's stills and video. The two SLRs are both shooting in 4K. I've got one 4K GoPro. It's what at Sam's now, plus the old 1080p GoPro that I left her. And this webcam, these are little point-and-shoot cameras. Oh, now you focus. I've got the two of these Sony Alpha 5000s that I use as webcams. One here and one in the workshop. So I'm going to take those and have those set up on tripod. So we're going to have two main 4K cameras shooting both ends of the table. I'm going to have these small ones shooting across the table, an Insta 360 in the middle, and then maybe a GoPro just giving me an alternative angle, or maybe a like a whole room wide view, where we just like suction cup it to a bit of glass and it records the whole room. As far as the game goes, Sam and I still have to discuss that this week while we're there. But we're probably going to set aside the whole of a day for the game, because it's going to take me at least an hour or two to get everything set up. We'll all meet up. We'll have breakfast. We'll do all the setup. Play for at least 6 to 8 hours with lots of breaks in between. I want to get as much out of this as I can, because you guys are all going to be there, most of you. Get as much out of this as I can. If we can get 2 solid episodes of game out of it. I have got a battle map that's been delivered, so I am going to be using the minis on a proper tabletop. And Sam's going to lose her shit because she's actually rolling dice for real. Yeah, it's going to take 8 hours just to get 3 hours of content. But do as much as we can. You've gone again.
Mark, you said that you were doing a checkout time on Sunday, right?
I'm thinking about it. I mean, I reserved through Monday, but because I'm so low on my leave right now, I'm probably going to leave on Sunday instead. If that's
Well, one day is going to be for community stuff, just going out and hanging out as a group.
I'll be getting in on Friday.
Yeah. The other day is going to be all D&D. So, again, I'm waiting for the hotel to get back to me about the meeting room. But we'll do one day for D&D, and then probably the checkout day is we'll have that as the day when we're all hanging out together. You, Mark and Brian, you're both staying in the same hotel anyway, so we're probably going to be having dinner together at some point.
Right.
What I don't want to do is it's last resort, but what I don't want to be doing is doing D&D in the room, because then Matt and the kids are going to have to leave and go off and do something else, and they've got nowhere to kind of go back to. So really, I want a separate meeting room with plenty of space that I can set all that stuff up around. I did book a suite, a 2-room suite, but I don't know if there's like a dining room area or if it's just like a small sitting room and then like shared bathrooms. I need to check the booking. But I've got to work all that out with Sam this week while I'm there with her. But yeah, the idea is to book a meeting room. We set up all the I'll get all the cameras and stuff set up. Get everything hooked into my laptop, and then I'll be recording everything anyway while doing the Zoom call with Eric. I doubt the Wi-Fi is going to be any better than that. Even in a Hilton, I really don't think the Wi-Fi is going to be.
Yeah, those Wi-Fi's aren't designed for a lot of heavy duty.
And not
stuff
when
like
I'm
that.
working with 4K and 8K footage.
Yeah.
So I'd rather record and then edit together later, but I'm going to be running around and swapping memory cards every, like, hour during the course of this, because those memory cards aren't going to last long shooting at full.
Yeah.
Most of the...
Can they take the high density ones?
Oh no, I've got really high-end... One memory card, just one memory card, 1256 gig memory card, cost me over $600. Because to be able to shoot in 4 and 8K, the data rate is incredible. Just to be able to shoot video in 4K, let alone shooting in 8K. So one of them is 8K capable, and that was nearly 1,000 Canadian for that one card.
Yeah, because I was thinking that like 256 is the latest size that they came out with.
Insane, and this is all stuff that I'm going to be using for the Aurora. That's what I'm going to be shooting the Aurora with. So all the footage that we shoot here has to be offloaded onto. I've got an M.2 drive in an external enclosure, so that'll put nearly 800 gigabytes of data through it a minute. So I should be able to dump all those memory cards off in at least an afternoon. Get all that data off there, so I can then free the cards up for the Aurora shoot, which will be the following week. So
you couldn't get like a grid set up for like a bunch of M2 drives, like get it to where you got like 4 M2 drives.
I can actually do a RAID 5 array of M.2 drives, and it would probably be cheaper than that one memory card that I had to buy for the camera. Honestly, I'm not sure if I'm keeping all this camera gear afterwards, because I can't justify having this gear. I'm never going to need that level of tech again.
Up on eBay.
But given this is a once-in-a-lifetime holiday, I'm going to make sure I don't miss anything. I'm not going to go do all of this. And, oh, yeah, well, we got the footage, but it's a bit fuzzy, because once you zoom in, you can't really see what's going on. No, that shit ain't going to happen. So I've bought the absolute best of everything I can. My lenses will fit these cameras as well, so I've got thousands and thousands of dollars worth of glass that I've built up over the last 20 years. It's going to be some good shit, but it's going to require a lot of fucking around to make it all. So, as webcams, not so difficult, but the SLRs that are going to be shooting just straight video, I'm going to have to keep swapping cards on those and offloading data throughout the day. So if we're going to be playing for like 6 to 8 hours and we're taking regular breaks, the regular breaks are going to be me swapping cards out and then offloading data. I may have to bring my second laptop with me just to do that. Yeah. So I'm turning up with 2 laptops.
I'm probably going to be bringing mine anyway.
A set of D&D books have been ordered. Player's Handbook, Monster Manual, and DM's Guide. I bought the limited edition boxed set from Amazon Canada because it was cheaper than buying the 3 books separate, 3 regular editions separately. So we'll have physical copies of the books there with us. I'm leaving those with Sam. There's no point me bringing those back to the UK. So Sam doesn't have any of the books yet, so now she's got the books. And the battle map and the DM screen I'll bring back with. It's a nice PU leather, like embossed leather DM screen, as opposed to the one that I homemade with some corrugated cardboard from an Amazon box.
Whatever works.
Spray painted it with concrete effect paint, so it looks like it's been like a carved stone wall. but still, it's made out of a Amazon box.
Well, the classic DM screen was like poster board.
Yeah.
Right. Let's see who is online that we can raid. Any final business from anyone?
I gotta go to.
Brian, are you going to
I gotta
be?
go to work.
Are you going to be meeting up with us at some point over the next 2 weeks?
That is a good question. Because like I have this weekend off, so I'll have to work the next weekend. But I don't know, like it's a lot of gas money because it's like about $120 to get there. But I think if I were to do that, like I'd probably try and take a straight line instead of going up to 407. Because that was, well, it wasn't a lot, but it was like an extra $60 on the trip.
Well, we can discuss. I know Sam's got a couple of days booked off just to do stuff, and then I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff with the family while I'm there. So I'm going to be out with Matt for at least a day, just the two of us doing guy stuff. He's probably going to take me fishing, which I've never really enjoyed. But still, it's just me, him, and Chase just hanging out and doing guy stuff. And I'm going to be doing the same with Chase and with Sam and Aurora as well.
Yeah.
So there's lots planned. But let us raid out because we're probably boring the audience at this point. Everyone in chat, thank you very much for joining. Thank you very much if you've been watching. We are going to go and raid James Lee, who's trying to complete Final Fantasy Marathon. No stream in a fortnight, which normally have been our next game the 14th. So we're looking at the next game, 28th of July. And then 2 streams after that, we are going to be in Niagara. Doing this for real. So, thank you very much, guys. Thanks for joining. And we are
Good night,
away.
everybody.
Okay, we're over on James' stream.
Thank you so much for the raid. Oh yeah.
Yep.
Please do look after yourself. Those who've just come in with, oh my god, it's a double raid. We've literally just been. Omar.
I'm gonna ditch you out. I
Omar,
have
it's
to
really
get to
late
bed.
for you as well. What are you doing up so late? I would have streamed more,
gotta
but if
work.
boyfriend goes to bed too. I get you.
Well,
I get
not
you.
me. Like
I get you.
still gonna be
Aaron,
up for
thank you so
bed
much for the
'cause
raid. And
I
those
just
who've just
got
come in
up,
with
like,
both Aaron
Yeah.
and with Omar. Hello.
So.
I'm
Yeah,
James.
I figure, yeah.
I'm working my way through.
I gotta
Final
be up at
Fantasy
3.
Marathon at
You're
the
gonna be to
moment.
work at 5
Monday,
a.m.,
Tuesday,
so.
Wednesday is Final
Well, I've got to
Fantasy
get some
16.
sleep because I'm going to be. Me and Brian are going to be modding all day tomorrow.
10. And
Yep.
today
That's
on
not
Fridays,
Sam's
I'm doing Final Fantasy
3-year
14.
stream anniversary. That's going to be a
See you Wednesday.
12-hour job.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I want to get some Phasmo done on that. We haven't played Phasmo as a group in
Sushi,
ages.
Would you be able to give both of those a?
I
I'll
want to
try to
really.
jump in first thing when it hits up, but I may not get on until 1 o'clock because I don't know what.
Because they're both.
She
The
hasn't
Twitch
told me.
app sucks.
But yes,
She hasn't told me
Aaron,
what
please
she's
go ahead.
planning for that.
Look after yourself.
Um.
Look after
So
yourself.
yeah, I'm
And Omar, how was your
I'm going to
stream
be
today?
I'm going to be there for the full stream. Which means Sunday's the only day that I'm going to get to sleep and finish packing. So I fly first thing Monday morning.
Nice. Omar is a dungeon
Yeah.
master for.
Yeah. No, seriously, that's my suitcase behind me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he plays it on stream.
So it's
I guess
mostly
that's gonna be a
mostly
rough
done,
So worth checking
but
out.
there's still laundry in the washing
And
machine
then
because the
other
stuff
than
I've
that,
been
he's
wearing
also
this week
working in
needs to
his
go in there.
workshop, and you get to kind of watch him make
Four
Right.
more days before I'm on vacation.
workshop, which
4
is
more
kinda
work
nice as
days.
well. And as for Eleanor,
Then
playing Final
two-
Fantasy 16
2
at the
weeks
moment,
spent
plays a ton of
camping
cool
up north.
games, but also known in the speedrunning community.
I think we might be doing a lot of
for Final
outdoorsy
Fantasy
stuff while I'm
10-2
out there.
and Final Fantasy
Um,
8.
I think Sam was talking about heading up to Kirkland Lake and doing some stuff, doing some boating and kayaking.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if I could even play the Dark
Yeah, all of us
Alliance
should be
without
going
having
to sleep.
Game
I should be
Pass.
going to
'cause
sleep myself soon
don't
as
you
well. I
have
just
to
want to
have
make some progress on
like,
this culinary.
Game Pass Gold?
So what I'm doing today?
No, it's off Game Pass completely. You'll have to buy it on Steam or pay for it on Game Pass. Actually, buy it.
And we made a significant amount of progress. We've just finished the Crystal.
But I don't think
own
there's
it.
enough left in the game to
So we've
warrant
done the
buying
raids
it.
on Crystal Tower. But then I was advised
Unless
that
they
I was
add
about to
like
go into
another
an
6
hour and a half of
levels.
cutscenes,
There's,
and I was
there,
like,
I don't
just
think I already own it
haven't
on
got
Steam.
in me
Remember,
to sit
I
through
bought
an
it
hour
on
and a
Steam
half of
before I
cutscenes.
realised
So I'm
it
gonna
was free
save
on
those
Game
for the
Pass.
next stream.
So I technically